PKA 786 for their guest Hutch. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load, our merchandise, and Blue Chew. Hutch, good to see you. Looking good.
What's cracking, boys? How's everybody doing?
Great. Had an awesome holiday season. Got the greatest Christmas gift perhaps in my life. I'm living the dream right now. I'm a smoke meister now. It's all I do.
Life of Riley.
I smoke things.
Did you get a hookah? What'd you get?
Oh no, not smoking a fuck.
Traeger.
A Traeger. I'm not some hippie. A hookah.
What is that?
A Traeger
grill. It's like a smoker grill.
Oh,
no, it's
like
all
brisket and ribs and shit. And
all I've been doing is like planning the next meal. And
I want to see a picture of it. Can you tell Zach the model name or something? So
it's like the Traeger 575 Pro or something. We have the same one. Traeger, it's like electric. You can do it all from your phone if you want. I never set up the phone part because that felt over the top lazy. I'll go out there and like check, but same. it's like idiot proof. You genuinely would have to fall asleep for 7 hours to mess up a smoking recipe. Yeah. So that hopper on the right is full of pellets. So you can put like hickory pellets or apple wood or whatever you want. And then the meat obviously in the body.
I don't know why. I always assumed Kyle set his up in the kitchen.
Oh God! No, that's the Wings of Redemption method.
I'm blaming it on the sickness.
Wait, Hutch, you're, or maybe I'm misremembering. You at one point you're like a big cook. You're really into cooking, right?
Not like a big cook, but I definitely enjoy cooking, and I didn't discover that until I was like 30. But yeah.
Do you have a grill? And I guess not.
I don't have a grill. No, we live in like a townhouse, so there's not really like a backyard area. But if I had one, I would for sure invest in something like this. How long do you smoke these meats for? Are you getting like really thick cuts? Is it like 10 hours or
it depends on the meat. So like ribs take 5 to 6 hours. A whole chicken takes like maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, depending on what temperature. I've been doing pork tenderloins wrapped in bacon. Zach, I sent you a photo of it, if you could show my delicious pork tenderloin wrapped in bacon.
I was really impressed.
It's incredibly good. So pork tenderloins are basically free. They're like $2 each for like 1.5 pound, 2 pound pork tenderloin. And then bacon is again like $3 or $4. So you create this like really delicious meal. It's as good as any filet mignon I've ever had. Maybe not that good, but it's close. Like the fact that each plate of the stuff costs like 60 cents, and you know the equivalent of filet mignon would cost me $100. It's
pork tenderloin is a cheat code.
Oh yeah, I got my fondant potatoes. I got my chicken sausage. I got my pork tenderloin wrapped with the bacon.
That's
the pictures. You can see the bacon weave.
We have similar plates, and I like the flat in the middle, nice tall ridge at the end. That's what a plate should be.
The bigger version of that one has a really tall rim. I don't know what Zach's trying to do there.
You need that. Otherwise, if you eat in the bed, it would never. I get breakfast in bed every day. I need a plate with a little lip on the edge. Otherwise, I'd likely pour something on myself.
I got so stoned like a week ago, I brought 2 bowls into bed when I was sitting there watching Top Gear, and I cracked peanuts out of the shell and ate them in bed. I was covered in nonsense. My chest hair had a bunch of like peanuts.
Hair, so you're shirtless, cracking peanuts, putting debris.
I was like, oh man, life's great sometimes. I got like 6 empty bottles of Sprite Zero next to me, ice cold.
So I actually got the greatest Christmas present I ever got as well.
Oh,
so that's coincidental. It happened on the same year. Could you want me to show you guys? I can show you.
Yeah.
What is YouTube TOS for showing firearms?
Oh, you're good.
I think you're fine.
So you can't do it on
just don't
stream.
point it at yourself.
All right. I think Twitch doesn't let you. Right.
I'm officially a firearm owner. And
this is your first gun?
This is my first gun that I've owned. My dad got me an Anaconda Colt.
Oh yeah,
that is sick.
And we got the 8-inch barrel. Yeah,
that is a 0 to 60 gun.
It is probably the most 0 to 60 you could have gone. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's other guns, but like
just looking at it has risen my testosterone level.
I love that gun. So
for those who are
what is
audio only, Hutch has a gigantic revolver.
It is. It's the 8-inch. It's the 8-inch barrel. It's the newer model. So I think they came out with the newer one. It was in 2021. They used to have an old line of Anacondas, and then they made an updated model. My dad had one, or he has one, and I visited him like a couple of months ago, and I just started joking with him like, hey, you should give me your gun. So like, if you guys ever get in trouble, call me and I'll drive over there and protect you or something like that. And it was like a running joke. And then he hit me up shortly before Christmas and, you know, asked me for the information for an FFL deal or whatever. And he just fucking got it for me. So
what is the caliber?
It's 44 Magnum. So like,
okay,
there's
that's
like
my
44
guess was.
Special, 44 Magnum. And then there's another, I don't know. You guys are better about ammo than I am, but yeah, I took it to the range like a couple of weeks ago and I fired it for the first time. And I didn't realize it at the time, but I was kind of firing the little boy bullets, like the not 44 Special, but not like the highest grain of 44 Magnum.
Yeah.
And so
like
I was like,
or something.
I was like, this isn't that bad. You guys were saying the recoil was crazy. And I was like, maybe I'm just a natural. And then I went a couple of days ago and I fired the big boy bullets and
240 grain, maybe
whatever it was like twice as powerful. Maybe you can actually give me tips on this. So like this is my trigger finger, right? And what was happening was when I was firing, the recoil was so strong that the trigger guard was scraping the side of my finger. Yeah. And it hurt like a motherfucker.
Ow. I'd wear gloves, you know?
You would just wear gloves?
It's just a really powerful handgun. I wouldn't shoot 240 grain bullets unless I was going to kill a deer. If I remember correctly, you can load it with 180 grain bullets, but like you said, 44 Special works in there, and that's a nice medium load. It's a lot similar to how a 357 Magnum, you can put 38 Specials in there and suddenly you've got a really nice way to target shoot, and then you put your big boy ammo in there for like self-defense or hunting or whatever you're doing.
For not for home defense, because I was told the bullets are so powerful they'll go through the walls and maybe hit your neighbor or something.
It's true about all vehicle bullets though. Like any gun that's powerful enough to deal with a home intruder is also powerful enough to go through the wall to some extent.
Is the 44 Special, would that go through somebody's body and then like pierce a wall?
Depends where you hit them in the body. Like, yeah, it could. It absolutely could.
So you're not going to hit every shot.
Probably won't. Like, you know how rare collaterals were in Call of Duty. Like,
I do.
The idea that
never
you're
hit
going to pull one off in the middle of the night when everybody should be asleep, I would focus on just killing the bad guy.
Yeah.
But the cards fall where they may. This
is such an awesome gun. I got to say, that's way cooler than the gun I thought you were going to show for a first, because it's such not a first
no, it's
gun.
not. No, well, I was gonna get probably like a Glock. Everyone says the Glock is super reliable. I don't know what you guys use for handguns, but I was already getting serious about getting a gun, and then this ended up just being kind of an accident that this was the first gun. So I'm gonna get obviously like a more compact pistol that's more practical for home defense, but. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful gun. Like I saw, my dad showed it to me. I was like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever. And I always loved those revolvers in the COD games too. Like I always loved like the Magnums in Modern Warfare 2. And so it felt appropriate, felt right for
your next gun. Obviously get whatever, suits your fancy. But what I like are guns that are different. If your next gun was another revolver, it'd be like, oh, you got to get two of the same thing, even though they're not exact matches. But if your next gun was like a rifle that was pretty good out to 100 or 300 meters, then that's like a different kind of shooting you get to enjoy. So I would pick, or a shotgun, it's very different than what you have now. I would get something that fits a different category.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a semi-auto pistol. So like, but everybody tells me Glock is the most reliable. What do you guys own for your semis?
I don't have a Glock, but all my friends who have Glocks say that like they're awesome and that they are reliable, and they even like fuck around not cleaning it sometimes for a long time. It works fine, but it's boring. Like it's not exciting. It's like a Honda. It's like it's going to do the job.
Reliable pistols. You can say that they're reliable all you want, but if you've watched them in action as much as I have, you see that they fail probably 15% of the time with police officers. Like every time I watch an enormous amount of police activity videos. I've seen everything they've ever uploaded, hundreds and hundreds of police shootings, and I've become an observer, taught expert in like police tactics and what happens. And when they pull that Glock out, I guess it's not clean. And what happens is a layer of dust gets on the slide, and then maybe some oil, and then another layer of dust, and they've sort of cemented the gun shut because it's been sitting there unused, uncleaned, and unlubricated for so long. And when they fire, the first shot, of course, goes off, but it takes too much resistance for the slide to come all the way to the rear, eject the spent round, grab the new round, and push it forward and lock it into battery. Because of the wear, the non-lubrication, all that stuff is compounding together to make it not the spring basically win the fight in reciprocation. So they're gun jams, like they're in a fight for their life, and it's like pop, 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 and now they're having to like work on their gun. Now they're having to cycle another round in or clear a round that's stuck halfway in the chamber. Any gun will.
It's funny you say that because my dad is a retired cop, and I was asking him which kind of pistol should I get. He's like, anything but Glock. I was like, why? And he said that all of his cop buddies back in the day, like 20 years ago, said that they weren't reliable. He said he had somebody who like the gun got too hot on a hot day, and so it jammed up or something like that. And so I was like, Dad, I think they probably made updates to the model of the gun in the last 20 years because when I look it up online, it seems like online it has a reputation of being super reliable. So
yeah, when they're well maintained and cleaned, it's like a BMW. Like if you don't change the oil for 15,000 miles, that German engineered driving machine is going to start having hiccups and having issues. But if you maintain it, it's one of the finest engines on the road. The same's true for the Glock. You can add it's a lot like a Honda Civic, the way you can add little accessories here and there and tweak it and make it your own. You can make that thing look really wacky and wild with stippling and new slides and anodizing and laser etching and all sorts of optics and iron sights and triggers, FRT triggers now. You can do lots to that thing. But if you got a stock Glock like cops do and you don't maintain it, I just see them. I see them jam all the time, like all the time.
I have a Smith & Wesson M&P 9 that I like a lot, but it's not what I'd actually recommend.
M&P,
military and police.
Military
and police. Yeah, Smith Wesson M&P. I like it a lot. It's really comfortable in my hand. But my actual suggestion is not to copy me, but to copy what I did, which is go to a gun rental place, and for $5 you can try guns. For me, after the second one, once they realized I was trying guns to buy, they let me shoot like 6-7 different pistols that day, so I could find the one that tickled my fancy, and I brought that one home. That would be a nice thing.
The John Wick gun looks fucking awesome too. Is it the H&K? Is that what it's called? The HK something or other?
They start with one. He shoots a lot of guns, but he starts with an H&K. That's the same company that makes like MP5s and stuff. That's the German company, Heckler and Koch. But he uses a lot of stuff, and they're also really tricked out.
Gun stores with gun ranges almost always have used guns that you can go rent for really low prices, and then you can see if the H&K you walked in liking, you walk out with.
You mean rent it for at a lane on the range? You mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's normal. Like they often do that, and the prices are cheap. So, like if you spend $15-$20 trying different guns, it'll make sure that the $800 gun you bought is the right one.
Yeah, Kyle, this link that I sent, the Springfield. A friend of mine just got one of these, I think, from his wife for Christmas. He loves it so far. Do you like Springfield handguns? This is a Hellcat Pro OSP 9mm.
I have no experience with it, but it's one of those things. Like it'll be fine. Like it'll be fine. Mm-hmm. The real test is what Woody said. Like put it in your hand and shoot it. And to me, pistols give a different like recoil impulse, sort of a vibratory impact into your palm. They all feel different when they go off. Some of them feel kind of solid and sweet and funky, and some of them feel sharp and painful, like a belt slapping your palm or something like that. Some of them feel hollow and kind of off-putting. You know, like I know that's a little thing, but it's how the gun literally feels when you shoot it, and that to me was always just as much as much importance as reliability. Because if you keep a gun clean, it also might have a little. If it's unreliable, like you can make it reliable. Mm-hmm. Like almost all decent guns. Like if you get down into like the $200 pistols and stuff like that, I can't vouch for them. But if you're getting a name brand gun, they're all reliable. That gun I linked there is what I would get if I was allowed to own a pistol. That'd be my next pistol. That's Staccato 2011.
Ooh, Staccato.
The angle of the grip to the barrel is not the same on every gun. So some are closer to 90 degrees and some are more of an obtuse angle. And you can just hold different guns and see what fits your hand.
Yeah,
fits your, naturally.
Where you need to hold your hand is going to be different to get the sights lined up for you back here.
That's why I don't think Glocks are bad, but they're bad for me because the grip, the angle to the grip is not what fits my experience.
I actually have so many questions, but I don't know if it's going to bore your gun questions. But
how's the gun guy?
You can put they designed this model, the newer model, excuse me, that you can put a rail on it and a red dot. Is that like just crazy overkill?
No.
Like if you showed up at a range like that, would people see that person and be like, who the fuck is this asshole? Or would they be like,
no, absolutely not. No, that's so when you go overboard, that's usually referred to as tactical.
Yeah.
When you've taken your AR-15 and put so much dumb shit on it and you're not a fucking Delta Force operator, this is perfectly acceptable. Like, this is a badass pistol. Is that a Glock? That's a Glock, yeah. So this is what I was talking about earlier, an example of taking a Glock and making it a really good gun. Like, they've stippled it. They've put a trigger on it. That's a whole new custom slide. I'm sure that's a custom barrel. Like the inner work, they basically... everything has been replaced here.
Whatever that style of stippling is so nice to hold and so aesthetically ugly.
It's called stippling.
The stippling, yeah. I hate the way it looks.
The colors are pretty kind of jarring. Yeah.
This
you could do any color you wanted. You could do black.
This is garish. Hutch would have a more tactful gun. What would
piece of advice I would give Hutch? With every gun, I buy a holster, and that gun lives in its holster. Because if you don't have a holster, then you're grabbing into, maybe it's a gun safe in the dark, and you could grab the trigger. When I go to the range, I have like a gym bag full of guns, and I don't want loose guns in there where I'm grabbing triggers or whatever, like by accident. So that gun lives in its holster, and it serves as kind of a trigger guard so that you don't accidentally grab it wrong.
And if you're not gonna,
you would need like a comically large holster for this guy. It's a
shoulder holster you need for that.
Is that right?
Yeah,
because it's 13 inches from the back of the grip to the front of the barrel. It's 13 inches.
Have you seen Taxi Driver?
Your gun in particular,
exactly.
But like, if you're gonna grab it from a nightstand in the dark, I like it in a holster. Because some other day you're going to be grabbing lube or ibuprofen or something, and you might be getting your gun by accident. Like
I'm sorry, baby. Oh God! I didn't hit your titty, did I?
I keep it in the. I keep it in a safe in my office. I don't keep it in the bedroom. Like, I'm not concerned about it, like a breaking and entering where I live.
That's fair.
I more got it because we had like a couple situations in Los Angeles in the last couple years where I was like, is fucking society going to collapse in the next 24 hours? Like the fires and then some other stuff too. And I just wanted that option to be able to like,
What about a shotgun? Have you considered a shotgun like that? I feel like that's such a good first gun to get because it's so versatile. It's the easiest to learn. Shooting a long gun is easier than a handgun. Like, everybody, like, because I grew up and like on my grandparents' farm, we'd shoot rifles and shotguns all the time. Handguns very rarely. And I remember the first few times like I did shoot handguns, I had this fantasy where I'm like, I'm fucking fine with a rifle and a shotgun. Like, I bet I'll be like the same fantasy you have the first time you go paintballing at like a real course when you're 10 and you're like, I'm gonna pop around and go pop, but then like, no, some 27-year-old's gonna wreck you like you're a child. That's how it is. Like, you start shooting a handgun for the first time and you can't hit the broadside of a barn consistently compared to like skeet shooting is what I did so much growing up. I love skeet. I don't know if in Cali there's a lot of room for that.
There's clay shooting actually pretty close to me, but okay, I wanted to pick up like marksmanship with the pistol as like a hobby this year too. It's more than just defense. So like I do, I am trying to take it like somewhat serious. I spent like so much time watching YouTube videos and learning like the isosceles stance and like pushing forward with your shooting hand and pulling back with your support, like all that stuff is like I'm learning all this new stuff and it's not like second nature.
I like the Weaver stance better.
Is that the one where you're like leaning on your shooting arm?
It's the one where you're so isosceles, your feet are sort of parallel and you shift them more forward like a baseball stance, like you're throwing with your left foot forward if you're right-handed and your rear foot to the rear. And
That's the weaver when your feet are not parallel, you mean?
Yeah, they're one foot's more forward than the other.
I didn't know that's what it was called. That's the only way I know how to shoot handguns. That one where like your feet are like next to them, like competition. That feels so weird to me.
It feels weird.
That's the one that I've been trying, and it feels a little weird with this gun. But
then try the other one.
It's gonna feel weird because that gun's so heavy. Like that. That's the advantage of the weaver stance. You've got that foot forward, and you're spreading your weight out. Lengthwise with the gun. That's a heavy gun.
It's very heavy.
You should. When I first started shooting, I bought coaching, and that was a really good experience for me. Like I didn't even know how to put bullets in a magazine at the time, and he had me take a test beforehand just so they could tell. Like it wasn't a pass fail; they just wanted to know what they were working with. So they took a written test, and I was new. I didn't come from a gun family, and he taught me how to load it. He taught me all sorts of like safety stuff. That was huge. One thing in gun culture, if you don't hit the target every time, people don't. I mean, ideally you do, but things happen. If you're unsafe to be around, you're a dork. Like that's the bad thing, right? Someone who doesn't always have it pointed down range.
Yeah.
It's stressful.
If you want to just be welcomed into gun culture, then you be a safe.
Treat it like a lightsaber. I always treated it like a lightsaber that was 40 feet long, 500 feet long, coming out of the end of that barrel. And if you ever cut somebody with your imaginary lightsaber, even if it's a car going down the road next to the range, you fucked up.
Yeah,
and you probably scared somebody, and they're just afraid to tell you because you have a gun.
Yeah. I mean, Kyle, I'm sure you've done or dealt with this way more than me, but have you ever gone out shooting with like a group and there's someone new and like everyone's excited because you're going to go shoot clays or whatever, like go target shooting or whatever, like so the vibe is like a party, like it's exciting, you're going to go do all this fun stuff, and someone who isn't familiar with guns takes that to mean that it's like a light activity and they're like sweeping people unthinkingly. The only time I've ever, and you're like, just calm down. They're like, oh, it's fine, I'm not going to shoot you. It's like, no, but like that, you don't really get it. The fun's over when you start behaving that way, because now I can't trust myself to have fun because I know your lunatic ass is like sweeping people.
The only time I've ever been around like amateurs who would do something like that was when we did that reality show with Hex and Hastro and White Boy and X-Jaws and everybody. And I was, I guess, I was range master, and there was like there was one day before we started shooting and like filming, I should say, so you know the difference, where we shot, and it was, and we went through with everybody like how this would work. And I built, we use them a lot in sporting clays and in 5-stand sporting clays, and even in like skeet. You basically build a doorway, like the frame of a doorway, but there's no door hung in it. So you can imagine this vertical rectangle that's just 2x4s with legs so that they stand still. And you step into that, your barrel goes through it, and the barrel can never come back out of the rectangle. And the main thing I told them is like, if there's ever a malfunction, if you ever feel scared, if you burn your hand, if powder goes in your eye, if a bullet comes out, goes down the shirt and
drop
burns
the
your
gun,
dick,
panic.
Spin around as fast as you can. No, put the gun down with the barrel pointed that way. Drop it if you have to. These are all my guns. I don't fucking care. Throw them on the ground, pointed that way. Just get them down and away, and then we'll handle your problem. Because you're a walking death machine. You're holding a fucking it was a 308 semi-auto like you have in your hands. Like you could destroy us all if you wanted to. Please don't.
Yeah, it's a stressful, because I've shot with guns before. I've been around guns my whole life because my dad was a cop again, and so he's just like, he had a little trigger lock on it, but it was just always there. And going to the range the first time was super stressful because I didn't want to be that fucking guy.
Yeah,
like it's all just like second nature for you guys, but for me, I have to make this effort to like, okay, when I open the box, make sure that like the barrel is pointed down range when I do that.
Yes.
So,
the fact you're worried about those things means you're doing fine. Like,
it's a fucking awesome responsibility to hold something that can just like end someone's life. And so like, maybe that wears off after a time, but every time I pick up a gun, I'm always like, It's just
that one you mentioned is huge. Like I unzip my bag and I look at where the guns are pointing because you don't know until you see them. And then I spin the bag around and I remove the gun so it's pointed down range.
I put a little piece of tape. I put a little piece of tape on the gun box, like a black electrical tape, and that's the side that the barrel's on. So yeah.
Yeah, and when I see someone else doing that, like looking inside, spinning it around, making sure that the gun points the right way the whole time, I'm like, all right, that guy, check mark. He's good.
Yeah, I won't be killed by him today.
Do you think you want to get into
the other when the range warden or gun, I forget what they're called, the umpire yells at someone for doing something unsafe, that guy is stained for the rest of the day. Everyone is like, oh, that's the guy that got talked to.
They'll remove you.
I can imagine. Yeah. The ones I saw were just shamed.
I think they are called range masters. Yeah.
Every one of them. In any case. Yeah. They shame people for being unsafe. And
they should.
That doesn't go away. It doesn't go away when they stop talking to you. I remember.
Like,
I never saw it
old blue up. Shoes. You were the dangerous one when you see him in the store later.
I've only seen it online. I think it's a symptom of stupidity. Like it's not ignorance, because ignorant people wouldn't touch it. They'd be scared. It's stupid. They would ask for help. It's stupid people that barrel sweep. I never saw anybody do it growing up. Like I hunted with my dad's buddies and went to the sporting clays range, and everybody was just super, super safe. Barrels always at the ground, like guns are always unloaded with the breech showing. You turn it sideways so they can see the breech is showing, because we're holding them actively when we're hunting. It's a little different than being in the range. Like we're going to be spinning around 360 degrees and looking around, and like we've all got death machines in our hands, whether it's shotguns or rifles.
Bird hunting in particular. Like I would go to a range or like casual shooting with a novice shooter all day, like as long as it's someone I trust or it's a friend vouched for them, they're not retarded. Like, but something like a real activity like bird hunting, you cannot risk going bird hunting with someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. That's
going pheasant hunting is more like going on a patrol in Vietnam than it is going to a shooting range. We're all walking together, hunting a target that's going to suddenly fly up and need to be reacted to and shot quickly. So if you don't have that little thing in your brain that goes like, Taylor's off to my left, birds aren't worth shooting Taylor.
That would really ruin the day if we killed someone.
Tell me more about the bird.
It's a big, fat, beautiful bird. Okay,
I don't know.
Breast. It's a quail. It's gonna.
That's
taste
how you Dick
delicious.
Cheney somebody. That's that kind of hunting.
And that is the
proximity sort of hunting as a team.
That's the most fun kind of hunting I've ever done. Is like that line bird hunting. Like deer hunting is fun until you kill a couple deer, and then it's like this is a lot of sitting. This is a lot of doing nothing.
Disagree with you there. I love the beauty and quiet of the forest. I am the only sentient being here, but life has... I got here before the sun came up. I climbed 35 feet up into a tree. I'm covered in camouflage and haven't made a fucking peep. I lift my ass cheek to fart, and all of a sudden the wildlife is waking up, and they're going about their regular business. They're using that trail down below me. The birds are in the trees around me. There's a squirrel in my tree. We make eye contact, and he's like, we got a deal up here. Like it's very cool to be like there as the world wakes up around you and is completely unaware of you. I didn't mind the sitting and waiting. Probably 90% of the time. Like I'd kill 2 deer a week, so that's 20% success rate because I'm going twice a day, every day. It's not even that. I'm hunting 14 times and getting 2 deer.
You know, another kind of bird or kind of hunting, but it's a bird hunting that sucks is turkey, because even when you get a great shot and you get one, it's like it's still a fucking turkey. Like I'm not stoked on it. Like if I catch a big catfish on my grandparents' farm, I'm like, I'm exuberant because my grandma's gonna fry this up. It's gonna be delicious. Turkey, not exciting.
You could have bought a better, cheaper one at the store for free, and I know that's true about all things, but man, turkey hunting,
wild turkeys.
I feel like the people who are enthusiastic about turkey hunting are propagandists for big turk. Like you basically sit at the base of a tree or in a blind on the ground and doing your stupid turkey calls and hope for a big old gobbler with a big old beard comes around the corner so you can shoot him with a shotgun in the head. It's not hard to do. It's boring, and the prize is a fucking bird that weighs 15 fucking pounds.
Actually, we should tell more people to do turkey hunting, because that means there's more of the tasty birds for the rest of us. There's more dove, quail, and pheasant, which are the good tasting birds, and duck. Duct tastes great.
Why, guys? Why did my why were my groupings slightly to the left of what I was aiming at? Like consistently right to the left. I looked up some stuff online, but then I read that it might be bullshit. Like,
Are you right-handed?
That gun has adjustable sights.
It has what now?
Adjustable sights. Move the rear sight to the right or the left to compensate. It could be, it's one of two things. It's either the gun isn't set quite perfectly, which is very possible since you're shooting a group that's to the left, or part of your push-pull trigger squeeze is the push is winning.
Is he pulling too hard from the left?
I mean, he's pushing too hard, and he's pushing the barrel to the left. Maybe. And during the bang whoosh of the recoil, you're not even noticing it. That's also possible.
That'll be easier to manage.
Because it was
Google AI
consistent.
said the same thing Kyle did, which means he's wrong.
It was consistent. Like there were multiple groupings, like 6 different groupings that were.
So that
right
either means
to the
you're
left.
consistent about the way you fire the gun, or the gun is set incorrectly. It's easier to change the sights than your shooting style.
I'll let my dad figure out if the sights are off. Because I'm gonna go up.
Yeah, let him shoot, and that's what I was gonna say. You let another competent shooter operate it, and if you see the same thing, then you've done a little bit of science and you've proven your hypothesis.
Yeah, he's a crazy good marksman.
Did your dad shoot with you? Like, I just imagined like having a cop as a dad. Like shooting might be an activity that you guys would do together. Was that not a big thing?
He did not. No, actually, and I asked him like a month ago if it ever occurred to him to like teach us to use firearms, and he said no. But he was also working like a lot. Like he worked a lot of overtime. He worked a lot of graveyard shifts, so he was kind of gone a lot of the times when I was younger.
What city did he work in, if you would willing to say?
Marin County. He was Santa Fe.
In California. I don't know it.
Yeah. Well, it's near San Francisco. Pretty close.
Was that stressful as a kid? Like, did you often, like, was it so normal you didn't worry, or were there like often times where it's like, oh, my dad's out there dealing with potentially dangerous people, I'm worried he's not going to come home?
I never worried about that with him because he was like enormous. My dad, you know, he's kind of shrunk recently because he's gotten older, but he was 6'5", you know, 230, really kind of built like a, he's calling me right now, actually. He's a big guy. And so I just, you know, I assumed he could take care of himself. The only time he ever got hurt that I remember, he got in a motorcycle accident and broke his collarbone, but that was it.
Oh, he was a motorcycle cop?
He was at one point, and then after that, I don't think he was, but
I would rather
to see parents age, isn't it? Like for your whole childhood, they're just incredibly old, but not aging, of course. And then like as you hit adulthood and stuff, you're like, oh damn, they are older than they used to be. Last time I talked to my father, this was new, maybe a week ago. He uses a tool for deaf people now. So when I talk, it translates it to text so he can hear me. His hearing's not very good. And he always denied hearing loss until now. He's like, well, I can still hear. I just prefer to read your words. Yeah, okay.
Okay. How old is he?
He's just putting the captions on the phone call. Maybe? That's all.
76. Yeah, I'm noticing that. I mean, I've noticed it for a while, but like even with my dad being in his 60s now, it's like, you're like kind of an old man. Like there's not a single dark hair on your head, not even one. Like it's just silver everywhere. Just the face is all. It's weird.
It's trippy. It's definitely trippy. Yeah.
Dad's definitely gone mostly white now with their silver with his hair. It was salt and pepper even when he was like early 40s though, but he stays active. I was talking to him the other day and he's like, well, my knees are hurting. I'm like, what'd you do? He's like, well, I've been putting in a new tile floor in the bathrooms. You know, I've been crawling around that floor about 4 hours a day. That's all I can do now. Crawl around about 4 hours a day, do my work. I couldn't do that. I definitely wouldn't do it.
Yeah, my dad is not totally immobilized, but pretty immobilized these days. So he just spends like 10 hours scrolling on his phone. And I mean, he is radicalized, boys.
My dad got
he's getting radical. He needs to pick up like golf or something. My dad's the exact opposite. Yeah. He doesn't have any social media. He doesn't know anything that's going on unless like he sees it like in passing on TV. But like in his basement, he just set up a golf simulator, which is like a 10 foot by 10 foot big like thing with a display, and you have like these machines that measure how fast the golf ball is going, and you can like that's what he's all about now, where he's like, it's awesome. I got it all set up, boys. I can play any course. I can play courses in Scotland. Do you know that? I can download any course on this iPad. Literally, I went over there and he was like, the only bad thing about this is that the plug to make the iPad operate it takes up where it charges. And so I have to like charge it up, and then I can only play for a couple hours, and then it dies, and I have to unplug it. And I was like, we could like, I'm on Amazon right now. I'm ordering you a USB-C dongle. Like you can do these at the same time. And he's like, really? My God. What
a world we live in, Taylor.
Yeah, my dad probably spends more time.
I assume he's red, not blue.
Super red. Yeah.
Have you gotten your dad on the testosterone?
He's a cop.
Huh?
Have you gotten your dad on the testosterone, Taylor?
No, I haven't told him to get on tea or anything. I don't think he doesn't
my
seem
dad
like
all
a weak old man, like low T or anything. I mean, if you're in your 60s, you're going to have low T, but he doesn't seem enfeebled or anything.
Because it happens so slowly and gradually over the course of 40 years. I got my dad on the T. I got him on Ozempic. I got him a treadmill to watch his stories. I got him watching cable stories now, like not Gunsmoke from 1957. Like he's watching Vikings now. He's like, I can only watch like 2 or 3 episodes. It's gruesome, Kyle. Gruesome.
The obesity rates in the U.S. have declined for the first time in years because of GLP-1s. It's crazy because like there's this insane culture. I don't know if it's IRL, but there's definitely this insane culture online where people are so judgmental of people who take Ozempic. They like call it cheating or something like that. And it's like, bro, we have this pill that is evidently like pretty fucking safe that basically cures obesity, and people get sassy about it. It's the craziest
thing. They'll be like, you don't
but
even know the long-term effects. Well, it's like, yeah, but we know the long-term effects of you not doing this, which is like dying of diabetes. So let's, if you have tummy issues later, that probably is the better option. Like,
especially for old people, especially if you're 60 years old plus or something. Like my dad's 72. I don't think the effects of his Ozempic are going to kick in anytime in the next 20 or 30 years.
Have you guys seen Amy Schumer lately?
Oh, is she looking skinny?
Well,
good for her.
In my honest opinion, from the neck up, she's just not pretty to me. But from the neck down, dude, for 44, she's like top 1%.
Okay.
Good for her. Ozempic seems like a huge boon for the country. Unironically, it's good.
All those fat pop stars got skinny, like Adele, and there's a blonde one whose name I can't come up with, but they all got skinny, and it was a massive upgrade.
Could you show my link? Because I have her in a bikini, and
she looks photoshopped in that picture.
She really does.
Yeah,
it looks like she does. It looks like the stairs from my house when I was little. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe she's in Royston, Georgia.
So again, I don't think her face is pretty, like not to me, but just neck down, and I grade on an age curve. It's easy to be hot at 24, but she's 44. At 44, neck down, she's 24.
Good for her.
Well,
good for her for losing the
34.
weight.
Okay, a good 34.
You want to talk about
Hutch, where's everybody spazzing about Ozempic? Because I don't. Maybe it's not my algorithm. I don't see people being like, you're cheating. I see people like trying to cast the pushback I see is people being like, oh, this is going to cause your stomach to stop working and stomach paralysis and this and that. And then someone will respond with like, yeah, well, here's a kind of study on that. And it shows it happens to like 1% of people.
Well, is your social media feed like a lot of like anti-pharma kind of stuff?
I don't get a lot of pharma stuff. No.
Okay. I don't know. It's just something I've observed. Like, it's just a try. I see it in my Twitch chat a lot. I've heard friends sort of speak about Ozempic that way. And like they'll see some big celebrity, obviously, more than likely on Ozempic because they'll have lost a lot of weight. And so I've heard people say stuff like that's cheating, and I'm like, it's definitely a thing. I don't know. Have you guys not seen any of that?
I've seen a little bit of it,
but I just see jealous bitches talking. Also, it's coming out in a pill soon. So one of the reasons people have success with Ozempic is it's a shot once a week as opposed to like a 3 times a day pill or something like that. I don't know if the pill will be as good or whatever, but it was just approved. So when you can go from a shot to a pill, I think that opens doors to people who otherwise wouldn't be interested.
That's
one
where
of those
I'm
insulin
at.
injectors, like those auto injectors you put on your belly, I think. So it's as entry level as injections get. Zach, will you show this photo? Because I wanted to talk about glow ups and Hollywood surgery. How old do you think this man is? How old is this man visually? Like you probably know roughly how old Brad Pitt is. How old does that man look? Because I'm going to say that man looks 50.
I'm going to say 54.
I was gonna say 53. I'm right in between you.
There we go.
I think he's 61, right? 61 or 62.
62. This is the best facelift technology has gotten so good that people don't look like lizards anymore. They just pull 10 years off of you at will.
The guy on the right, he's gonna play the next Black Panther. They're gonna.
Oh, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Well, heavily rumored, I suppose.
Yeah, he's super ripped in
I
that movie.
agree, Kyle. I think part of getting good facelift stuff is only fixing the stuff they fix well. You know, like if your mouth turns down in a certain way, then you can get that Megan Cox stretch your face up. Yeah, great. Now your wrinkles are gone, but you look terrible in a different, unnatural way.
His neck is fixed. His eyes are fixed. His forehead, like at the like his cheeks, like they have taken 10 years off this dude. He was looking much older a couple years ago.
That was a fun movie too. That was a fun movie
I
to
did
watch
not
in theaters.
like it.
What movie? What movie is this?
F1.
F1.
So it was, yeah, I thought it was mid. I didn't hate it or did love it.
Did you guys watch in theaters?
No, I'm sure that would have helped.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it on a big old screen. So
Yeah, I watched like Gravity is a good example of a movie that's just not as good at home. It's that Sandra Bullock movie where I watched in 3D IMAX.
Same.
And there's and it was like I was like reaching out at shit. I was like me and my girlfriend were blown away. We were a little stoned still, but like it was incredible.
When they're
3D
spinning
IMAX.
in space. Do I remember when that movie came out? It was like maybe the heyday of Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch posting, where he'd be like, actually, if they were spinning that way, the inertia in space would be different. And it's like, Neil, shut up. It's a movie. We know. We get it. It's fine. They also wouldn't have sent like two random people up, like they're introducing themselves, like, hey, what's your name? What do you do? It's like you're on the International fucking Space Station together. You know what their name is and what they do. It's like 11 of you. How many people are there? Kyle.
it was the
The
hair.
International Space Station?
Yeah.
It was Neil deGrasse Tyson
I don't know.
was bitching
8?
about her hair.
That's
Sandra
not where they
Bullock.
were though.
Oh yeah, he was bitching about her hair.
What was wrong with her hair?
Multiple movies. Maybe I'm thinking of Interstellar.
Her hair
It
just
wasn't
looked kind of
floating around.
normal, but in space it's obviously going to go crazy.
Yeah.
Not mine. I bet mine would be exactly the same. This shit doesn't move.
Do you do?
One Piece did. One Piece did. But it's never-
Do you have implants or do you do finasteride or anything?
Me? I used to
Yeah.
do finasteride. I stopped a while ago. But I just don't lose hair very easily. There's something, I got blood work
Lucky
done.
man.
Something about me ages well. I forget what I have. But when they
That
took my
must be
blood
nice.
work, they're like,
A good-
you're
a good
one of those-
diet.
They call it Lazarus syndrome.
No, I could look up maybe I could Google it. But
Send me a vial of your adrenochrome or something.
Are you maybe like 5% Japanese?
Ooh, that
no, you're maybe
Because
I can find it.
they're like the gold
I want
medalists
some
of
of that
aging.
Keanu Reeves blood. Those half Japanese people seem to age super well. That's a
He's
good
not half Japanese. There's no way. He doesn't
He's,
look
at least a quarter.
He's also 62, and they're doing a John Wick 5. Like, I
Dude,
don't know how
the last John Wick was like 3.5 hours long or something.
was
It was
fucking
so
incredible.
Look, I can believe that John Wick is so good that he can shoot all those people before they can shoot him, and that his body armor will absorb what does hit him. I can believe that. But he was fighting in some sort of a Japanese high-rise type situation, and there was a Japanese woman with a bow and arrow, and she was fighting commandos who all had machine guns, and she beat one up with the bow, and then she's like shooting the rest like Legolas, like literally like Legolas. And then we're introduced to her father, who's even more badass, except he's blind. He's a literal blind ninja hitman who's like almost as good as John Wick. And I'm just like, come on. No, he's not. No, he's fucking not. Whenever I see the blind overachieving, I know they're not really blind, first of all, or it's a gimmick. There was this blind bitch that won one of Gordon Ramsay's cooking shows one time, and I'm like, There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. They're editing around the part where somebody else cooks your shit and slices it for you, or something.
Or she's a stolen valor blind person.
Yeah, she can
and
see okay.
She's just legally blind and has like crazy glasses, because there's a lot of blind stolen valor where they're like, I'm blind, and it's like, really? Because you've just fucking made fettuccine. Doubt it.
But that dragon's breath scene in that movie was the fucking coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. That was like cool. Heavily influenced by a game. What's it called again? There's a game where it's like a top-down shooter. I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, that whole scene was yeah.
That was cool. I liked it again. I guess I watched a movie called Heads of State recently that has Idris Elba. Idris Elba is like the president. What do you call it? The prime minister of Great Britain, and John Cena is the president of the United States. And the gimmick is that he's an actor in this universe too, an action actor who was elected president. And so like Idris Elba and John Cena end up like Air Force One gets blown up and they parachute out and they have to escape, like go through, like they're like a buddy cop, like gunfighting like duo. It's pretty fucking good. It was a good like silly action movie, and I hadn't seen one of those in a while.
You guys like it's a movie that came out on Netflix, and it was directed by James Cameron's ex-wife, who did The Hurt Locker. And,
she's done lots of stuff.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Or no,
that's the Disney bitch.
I don't remember what her name is, but she did one recently where it was like it was imagining if a nuclear warhead was fired at the United States, and it's like 15 minutes before it arrives, and it's from different perspectives. You guys didn't watch it? Idris Elba was the president in that movie, but it was really good.
No, I haven't seen that.
It was good.
I got by Netflix. I thought I canceled it like 9 months ago, because every once in a while I'll re-get Netflix because I'll want to watch all of Seinfeld, and then I'll watch Seinfeld for like 3 weeks, and then I'll scroll through and be like, there's nothing here I really want, and I'll cancel it. I paid those fuckers 8 months. Never watched
A House of Dynamite. That's what you're talking about. So it's called A House of
the 90s.
I like what I like. Yeah.
Taylor's like, you know what? Simpsons season 2, peak entertainment. Seinfeld, like you did.
Seinfeld rules.
They make them all the time.
Yeah, but the old shows are better for the most part. Like I just like them more. Too much now. Like it's the business of streaming. It feels like ruins it, because and I'm gonna fuck a lot of this up. But I was reading this like in-depth analysis of how they make money and how the end point of it was like they are more incentivized to like blow it out of the water with the first season of a show, and then rely on just people hoping it gets back to that, and then start other shows in the meantime where they try and hit it out of the park on season 1, where there's less incentive to have a Ozark style show now that's just banger start to finish.
The streaming stuff is the acquisition of Warner Brothers by Netflix is fucking insane. Like,
it's awful.
They talked openly about like a 17-day window for theaters, which is nuts. Like, I don't know how they're going to attract really. Well, I mean, like there's a lot of filmmakers that don't want to participate in that kind of a thing. Like Nolan, I feel like, is leading the effort against that kind of stuff, and he's all about preserving the theater experience. The problem is right now is like people got way too used to streaming stuff. Like there's a part of me that's like, all right, listen, just like the market does what it does, and if people want to watch stuff at home, it is what it is. You know, that there's like a part of me that's like that, but at the same time, you know, I can understand if you're someone like Nolan and you spend all this time and energy making something that's meant to be seen on a big screen. I can understand why he would want to be protective of that. But like, I mean, Warner Brothers
would want me to pay $40 to take my wife to a movie theater.
Revenues as well. Think about how he gets paid. He's getting paid on the gross of the film, and I don't care what equation you use to give him a little bit out of the subscriber like booty pile, but it's never going to be the same. Like, especially if you're like James Cameron, that new Avatar movie is probably going to make $2 billion again. He makes $2 billion a fucking movie. He doesn't want his shit on your streaming service 17 days later. It's just heating up 17 days later in.
Yeah.
It's
and like TVs are the one thing.
Why they want me to go to the movie theater and why they want me to pay, you know, $50 for a day out. But from my perspective, it's just not that much better than my home setup.
Well, the theater experience, I don't know where you guys live, but the theater experience where I live is way better. Like they had to adjust their models after the pandemic. And so the theater down the street from my house and basically every theater in the area replaced all those uncomfortable awful chairs with with the cushy ass recliners. And so even though the tickets are more expensive, like it is nice going to, fucking IMAX showing of Dune 2 and sitting in a recliner. So I'll happily pay like $25, for that.
My issue is those recliners are absolutely cuddle proof. You can hardly put your arm around your wife in those recliners. I think they do it on purpose. It ruins the movie for me.
But you're surrounded with snacks, and you can hit a button and have wings brought to you.
He has that already, I think.
Yeah, I have that at home.
Did they do that in the theaters where you guys are at, or is that?
Yeah. You can order like real deal meal. You only order one burger at a theater before you're like, this is a theater. Like this isn't.
They made all the seats nice and like reclining and extra wide and cushy like forever ago. And like I've always snuck real food into the movies anyway. I'll take a Chipotle burrito in there with me. I don't care. So like it's in the end, Woody's right. Like I would rather fucking pirate even the movie, watch it at my house for free. My bathroom is 8 steps away, so I can piss twice during this movie if I need to. I don't have to sip my drink sparingly. I can eat popcorn, which will make me thirsty, and then drink as much like soda as I want because I can get up and piss. But at the movies, I'm literally rationing the popcorn because I know it's going to make me thirsty, which will make me drink the drink. And I'm sipping the drink like I'm conserving this for a desert like crossing or something like that. I'm just like, maybe I'll just rinse it around in my mouth and put it back in there so I don't have to piss at the pivotal moment of like a major movie. And then I get home and I see that moment on Reddit. Everybody's like, can you believe? What if you had to piss when like Captain America picks up the fucking Mjolnir or something like that? You just didn't get to see that moment. Came back and Thanos is dead.
I did that with fucking Spider-Man. I came back into the theater and Andrew Garfield had already portaled in. I was like, right when I walked in, I was like, what the fuck? Because I didn't know at that point that it was confirmed that he was in there. It's like, oh my God. The literal worst time to go for that movie. But
yeah, I can remember like getting all the way to the bottom and like I'm heading toward the exit door that'll lead me to the hallway where the bathroom is, but I'm standing there watching the movie still from that vantage point because I'm looking for the boring start to begin for them to go back to that other group of characters or something I don't care about. So I can, and now I'm running. I'm just running. I got my top button open. Like I hate that. Like having to piss during a movie and missing any part of it, even if it's not important. Like that is one of the things that keeps me out of theaters. That and the cost when I can steal it at home.
Dude, you can get a 100-inch Samsung TV for like $2,400.
TVs are
100-inch.
Crazy. Yeah.
Like, can you? Like that would almost be too much. You'd be like, like you couldn't even look at the whole screen. Well, I guess it depends how far you're seated, but
OLEDs are still.
Woody's got 100 something. Is yours 150? That projection?
No, I want to say 109. So it's somewhere close to that. But
do you have any idea how close you sit to it and like steps maybe or?
I'm gonna call it 18 feet, maybe something like that.
Oh, that's pretty close. Like 6 steps. I'm sitting probably 4 steps from that 80. What do we have, Taylor? It's 82 or 84.
We have 65-inch Samsung and then 75-inch Samsung smart TV. Yeah.
Okay. That thing's enormous.
We have the exact same one.
I think we might have the same TV because is it a QLED?
Yep.
Yeah, I think we have the same TV. That's a good TV.
It's a solid TV.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm loyal to Samsung now with TVs.
I actually downgraded. I had an 85-inch, and then it was just too big because like our living room's spacey enough, but we can't.
Too big.
I was just like,
how far were you from
probably
seated
like
to
6 or 7 feet, maybe?
Oh my, yeah, that might be a little.
There's a subreddit called TV Too High.
TV Too High. Yeah, I've seen that.
And it's people who have, dude. The last house we were at had this situation where the living room had very high ceilings. I think they were 16 feet or something like that. And it had these big windows at the top and light would shine. It was nice. I had to pay somebody to climb the fucking ladder, literally tent them. But anyway, fireplace is in the middle of the room. And then there's this like wooden mantelpiece. Yeah. And then there's more wood that goes all the way to the ceiling, like the full like 16 feet up or whatever. And so I can mount my TV as high as I want. I could mount it 16 feet high if I wanted to. And so I've got my couch in place and I'm kind of looking at it. I'm doing this thing. Like I'm like looking at the wall like this. I'm like, got it. Go up there, put my little Sharpie marks on the wall. Proceed to miss the stud at least 17 times. Finally hit it. Find it. Get that bitch hammer drilled into the wall. Stand back, and my girlfriend's like, "That's way too fucking high." I'm like, "Yeah, it is way too fucking high." And I'm out of breath from like holding half a TV with one hand and drilling for the other. I'm like, "Let me catch my breath, and we'll go again." That's
boomer shit.
Still too fucking high.
That's boomer. That's boomer shit.
That is boomer shit.
It's because they're always in their fucking like. That's my recliner. It's like dad has his designated recliner.
I have my own theory. In my Apex house was like this. The living room was constructed as if you were going to put the couch in front of the fireplace, and somehow the fireplace would be the center of attention, but it's not. The TV is the center of attention. So then it goes above the fireplace. Yeah. And now it almost has to be too high because you got the fireplace, you got some sort of marble thing around it, then you got a little shelf.
Do you have a mount that lets you bring it down?
That's what I have.
So my mount lets me come out.
What we did at Apex is we organized the furniture in a less than ideal way and put the couch in front of the fireplace. It wasn't great, but at least the TV wasn't too high. In our current house, we don't have the problem.
My last 3 houses, that's the situation where the fireplace is meant to be the center of the room, and there's no other way to move this furniture to forget feng shui. Just functionally, this furniture needs to be this way, and so they've always been above the fireplace. But my mount lets me like twist and pivot enough that I kind of go down and below the fireplace a little bit and get it just right.
So you can mount it high you can mount it high in your bedroom too, because you're like laying down in your bed, and so you're naturally kind of looking far up. But in the living room, yeah, that entire subreddit is funny as fuck because it's like 2 dozen examples of this every fucking day.
We have a I don't know, what is the piece of furniture called that goes at the foot of a bed? Is it
like an ottoman?
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. It's not called an ottoman, but it's
cabinet that goes at the foot of the bed.
Oh.
And when we press the button on the remote control, the TV emerges from the cabinet.
Oh,
so,
yeah, one of those.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Except when the power goes out and then comes back on, the TV comes out. Like as it powers up, the TV comes out. And if you have anything on there, like you weren't prepared to bring the TV out right now, toys are falling on the ground, dishes are taking a dive and trying to suicide.
The dog is terrified.
We leave it unplugged when we're not using it now, and just in case the power blinks. It sucks.
That's pretty cool. Hey, is it a big TV?
55 inches or something. Not like
that's
big,
fine.
big.
For the foot of the bed, it doesn't need to be that big.
Right? Yeah.
Far away. I always look at those projectors and then just decide it's too much. Like I end up going down the Reddit threads, and they're like, "Well, my bulb lasted for this long," and I'm like, "How often am I going to change these bulbs? What do these bulbs cost?" "Well, you can get those $120 bulbs, but they won't last for shit." And I was like, "Fuck." I always get dissuaded away.
Now they have LED projectors, so the bulbs last like, I don't know, decades, something like that.
Okay.
We've never replaced ours. But the problem is, like, it's not just a projector. Oh, no. Now you need to have surround sound because you can't get your sound from the TV. And then you need to have like an HDMI cable running through the ceiling to your projector, which is opposite like your receiver. And
you need like a proper screen to get the best image quality.
Like you're hiring an electrician at this point to wire all the to pull HDMI cables through the crawl space into the walls and stuff. And it almost doubles the cost. Like, oh yeah, the equipment's this much, but times 2 to get the thing installed.
They also get really hot sometimes. So if it's like hot during the summertime, it's not the best.
Yeah. Again, I think you're in the pre-LED tech with the heat.
I have a projector, but it's like 1080p, but it's like 10 years old or something like that. So it was very loud and very hot. And the first apartment we were in didn't have indoor AC, so it would get hot during the summertime.
Yeah, the LED ones are better.
Did you see the shooting in Minnesota?
From several different angles, yes.
So many different angles. How did you come down on it? What was your take?
I think it was a bad shooting. I think that ICE just seems to hire this archetype of high school bully, tatted up sleeved arms, bandana wearing bullies. And
sounds like cool guys,
maybe I'm projecting on this, but it's like the guy got disobeyed and started opening fire. It's like, you shouldn't be a cop.
I thought it was a good shooting. That lady had been stalking. That lady had been stalking them all day, like following them from like neighborhood to neighborhood. She had turned her car sideways in the middle of the road and obstructed them while they were trying to get some illegals out of the rafters of a house, is what the quote was. And then when they approach her vehicle and say, "Stay right here," when she gets orders, lawful orders from a federal agent, she accelerated toward him. I don't care that her wheel was turned to the right. He can't see the wheels. He hears the car accelerate, come toward him, and he shoots her in the face. Maybe he didn't need to shoot those second 2 shots into the window. Maybe those aren't good. But the first shot almost certainly killed her as well. And I felt like that one was justified.
Yeah,
I felt like that one was justified.
Which shots hit. I think we'd both be guessing. I saw
and that
her
same cop
wave
had
another
been hit by a car and drugged.
This idea that she was like obstructing or whatever. She's waving the SUV by right before 15 seconds before the shooting. She didn't seem like some sort of domestic terrorist, which is how Trump is describing her. And I saw one cop waving for her to move her car and another cop telling her to get the F out of the car. So she's getting like mixed. Which one said Simon Says? Which cop's instructions is she supposed to follow?
Well, one cop's trying to open her door, and the other cop's saying, "Stay right there," with his hand in her face. Like those are the ones, and they're speaking.
I saw the cop waving her, telling her to go, and she's like telling another car to go by, right? Like this is a soccer mom, like, and they opened fire and executed her on the spot.
I tell you what, if I had kids waiting on me at home, I wouldn't be parking my car sideways and making roadblocks for the federal agents who are trying to conduct lawful actions, and then I wouldn't accelerate toward them when they tell me to stop. Even if someone did tell her to go forward and she chose that voice to be obedient to, she was doing it while someone was standing in front of her car saying stop with a gun in their hand.
So there's another angle to this story, no pun intended, but there's another angle to this that I didn't even consider. So I was live when that happened, and as is usually the case when stuff like this happens, you get one video that kind of goes viral, then another one, then another one. It was the same thing with like Charlie Kirk. But in this case, the first video that I saw, the front of the car was completely obstructed, so you couldn't see anything. And so I was like, I have no idea what to think about the shooting. The second angle was a little bit better, but you kind of have to slow it down. And the biggest, I think the most important kind of element of that video is his feet. And like the New York Times came out with like a forensic analysis of that video, and it's like 4 minutes long. You can find it on Twitter. And it's something that I had noticed the day that it happened, which is like, I finally started looking at his feet and I watched a really slowed down version. And then once you see that, you can see that his feet are, he's very clearly out of the direct path of the car.
She hit him with the car.
They made contact, but he was clear. Like you can see his feet. By the time he fired that first round, he was. So there's another element too.
She wasn't going to hit his feet, but she hit his body.
I mean, that's like, so like my first instinct right then was to be like, she made a really bad decision. Like just period, end of. Like they were very clearly, you can hear them say, "Get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the fucking car." Like I heard it 3 times. Her window was down. But then to Woody's point, there was a witness that spoke on it today that said that she heard another officer give her an order to leave. And so like you brought up the point that, she moved back and then she moved forward, right? By the time the ICE agent starts to pull on the door handle, she's already in the process of starting to move behind. And if you're moving behind, you're either looking at a camera that's a rear view camera, or you're looking behind. So it's entirely plausible that she did not see that guy that was right next to her. Also, there's a lot going on.
I doubt that. He was right there yelling at her.
There's a lot of uncertainty right now, and like I think I don't know. I wouldn't tell you like 100% this or 100% that, but there's enough here to like really question his decision to do that in that moment. I understand that cops, we give them the legal authority to use lethal force, and you can't expect perfection. Sometimes mistakes are going to be made. But there's enough here to have very serious doubts about the narrative that they're spinning. Obviously, like Kristi Noem getting up there and accusing this woman of being a left-wing terrorist, that is pretty fucking
she's
insane.
Driving around stalking federal agents. Like imagine that. You're driving around stalking federal agents.
The cop was in the hospital recovering from his injuries.
He went to the hospital. What he said
Did
was
he go?
factually correct.
I don't know.
He
said he was lucky to be alive.
He was lucky to be alive.
He was lucky to be alive.
but Trump,
did you watch the video? Wait, hold on. Did you watch the? Well, hold on.
You think there's any chance I haven't watched that video from several different angles?
No. I mean, there is a video of it that's out there everywhere that everyone was scrubbing back and forth, where it's a front wheel drive car, and you can see the front wheel spin aimed at him. If this happened in July, that guy gets hit by that car and run over. Like the wheels spun out. It wasn't until she saw the gun that she veered to the right. And he, at that point, was already being struck by the car. And this is the same guy. I don't know. I just got back, so I don't know what Kyle said. But this guy got dragged by like an activist who was driving a car within the last year, like hundreds of yards. He was severely injured.
Yeah. This guy has a habit of trying to fight cars. He reminds me of the women we laugh at in the, that we see women fighting cars all the time. He's ridiculous.
No, I think this is leftist activists have a habit of using their cars against federal law enforcement.
That's what the habit is. Yeah.
You think that's what happened here?
That's exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
Do you remember that shooting from a few years ago?
Factually what happened.
That's factually what happened.
Hold on a second. Do you remember that shooting from a few years ago where the guy was drunk and the cop had that AR-15 or M16, whatever it was, with the Predator logos on, and he was all tatted up, much like these ICE guys, and he was giving these terrible instructions to follow.
In the hotel,
he was like,
right?
hands up in the hotel. Yeah. He's like, hands up, crawl towards me. Hands up, crawl towards me. And the guy's like, crawl or hands up, and he eventually just opens fire because he's not following instructions. This woman was in the same position where some police were telling her to get out of the way. Other police were telling her to get the F out of the car. She listened to the police that told her to move on.
Why are you guys saying no?
Because it's not even true. Vaguely. This is just lies.
No.
This isn't true.
It's alternate reality.
But wait, where are you guys getting this? There were witnesses that were there at the time.
I watched it. I'm a witness.
We watched the video.
You heard the orders from the one guy. Well, all of us agree that she was given. He said at least 3 times to get out of the car. But there are witnesses that were there, multiple witnesses that say that there was another ICE officer that was instructing her to move her car.
I'm sure at the beginning of the incident, when at first they thought she was just doing a 3-point turn, they were like, get out of here. But when they realized that she was in fact a left-wing activist, let me finish.
Let Woody.
Okay, that's fair.
But you can see that she wasn't making a 3-point turn to get over to Target. She was turning her car sideways in the middle of a road to block federal agents who were clearly uniformed and holding guns, like who were trying to arrest illegal immigrants who were hiding in a house. She was literally a left-wing activist. That's the definition of what she was doing there. It doesn't matter if she she was a member of a group or she was a card-holding member or whatever. Her actions were those of a left-wing radical activist impeding federal law enforcement.
Have you seen video of how her car got that way? I haven't. I thought maybe you've seen video. I've only seen video of nothing starts more than a minute before the shooting. Have you seen better video than me?
How her car got that? What do you mean got that way?
Yeah. I haven't seen her. There's this argument that she put her car in the road sideways to block agents and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't see long before the video.
Get there?
That's why people were saying.
I saw her side. Well, I mean, it's snowy, it's slippery. I don't know how it got there. I know every car on that road seemed to be pointed in sort of a non-traditional direction, and she's waving police by right before the shooting.
No, wait. Why? What is the only circumstance in which you could wave a policeman by if you're blocking them? She pulled forward to block them. There's also eyewitness stories. A woman who said, she'd been doing this all day and she was doing a great job of what she was trying to do, which was impede a federal law enforcement operation by blocking the road, by agitating.
There's kind of this weird thing that she's both blocking them and she's waving them by.
You're stuck on the waving. I don't care about her waving. She's clearly parked her car sideways in the middle of the road on purpose.
Yeah.
She didn't you're suggesting, it seems, that perhaps she got loose in the ice and snow and accidentally her car spun sideways and now she's, oh no, whoopsie daisy, I'm parked sideways creating an accidental roadblock. Is that what we're
I don't know how she got that way. I said it was slippery.
We know how she got there.
One way. Wait. Okay, let me listen in a second. Or she could have been trying to turn around, and that's how she got sideways. Or she could have been trying to block them. But the part of the video I saw of her waving them by is definitely inconsistent with her trying to block them.
I was going to say she tried to hit an ICE agent with her car. She succeeded.
Yeah.
And it would have been so much worse if this happened in June and there wasn't ice on the road. You can see the front wheels spinning when she hits the gas. You can see the back of the car go down as the acceleration hits. Like it's there. She wanted to hit him with her car. She succeeded in hitting him with the car.
I don't know about all that. I don't think this Honda Passport turns into a fucking Tesla Plaid and mows down a cop in 1 foot of acceleration, even in the dry.
Wait. Hold on. You don't think that a car coming at you from a foot away, a 2-ton Honda Pilot on ice, is like a threat to your life?
So here I think is some relevant analysis. Okay, so like in order to justify the shot, the use of lethal force, he would have to demonstrate that he had a credible fear of significant harm or injury or death to himself, his fellow officers, or the public. When you actually, there's 3 different angles or 4 different angles, and you can clearly see in one of the angles, as she's moving forward, he actually leans forward and puts his left hand on the hood of her car. So he's actually making an effort to stay in front of her car in that moment. Once he is like literally the moment contact is made and he is clear of the front of the car in that moment is when he starts to fire. How do you justify the idea that he felt like there was a significant threat to his life if his feet were clear of the front of the car?
He was being hit by a car.
He was not in front of the car though.
The first shot was when he was in front of the car. It went through the front. It went through the front windshield.
No.
Negative. Well, it did go through the front windshield, but you can see.
How was it? So it went through the front windshield.
He was by the front tire.
And he put his hand on the
hood. Again in front of the car. He came.
Are we all watching
right.
the same videos?
I don't know. It feels like we're
this
not.
is Kyle. Is this crazy?
It feels like Trump derangement syndrome is real all of a sudden.
No.
It's literally like y'all are in a different reality.
It has been, dude. It's been real for a while.
Wait, no. Hang on.
She's accelerating the car towards this man, and all he knows is the car's coming toward him. I heard people telling me the wheels are turned to the right. He can't see the fucking wheels. As far as he knows, they're turned to the left. He's telling her to stop. He is the law. Okay. Of course he's put himself in front of the car. He's blocking her exit. She's under arrest.
Okay, but here's another question. Why did he step in front of a moving car?
It wasn't moving when he stepped in front of it.
It was. I promise you. He stepped in front of her car as it was moving backwards.
I just saw the video. I'm still right. He's by the front tire.
I just linked I don't know if you guys can show it on the, I don't know what TOS is, but he steps in front. He positions himself in front of her car as she's moving backwards, and then she starts to move forward. His instinct in that moment, he put his hand on the hood of the car as he was shuffling to the side. And in the video that I linked right there, you can see his feet positioned. Like he is not in front of the car when that first shot rings out. Contact was made, but he was not in front of the car.
So he was
very much syndrome goes both ways, right? The Trunch derangement syndrome is real. It will make you think that he was in front of the car when he fired that shot.
The car hit him.
The car hit him.
The car can hit him from the side, right? Like it didn't hit him with the front bumper.
Did the car move laterally and swat him?
Did it shift?
Like the car. Look, you're asking this guy also within like 100 milliseconds to know where the tires are, know what the direction of the car is, and all this stuff. He is a law enforcement agent standing in front of a car, giving it a lawful order to stop. This one's being detained, and she is accelerating a car in his direction enough that it strikes him, even though his feet were definitely didn't get ran over. Of course, shooting her in the face might have helped with that.
Hey, Zach, can you put that video up you just linked? You don't have to put sound on or anything. Just put that video up.
This video is where you see him put his hand on the hood of the car.
It's where you see the car hit him.
The car makes contact, but he is not in front of that car. He is cleared.
How else do you get hit by a car?
If she turns the wheels to the left, then she crushes him.
He's going to die.
Look at his feet. Look at his feet.
I'm saying
the only reason he's not dead is because her wheels are turned to the right. He doesn't know that when he fires the shot.
Hang on, just watch his feet, guys. His feet is to the side of that front left tire. Do you see that?
Yes, so if she steers
He's
into
not
it, she
in
runs
front
him
of
over.
that car by that point. He puts his hand on the hood. He tries to, as if to say, like, no, I'm serious, stop, which is not protocol, by the way. You cannot find protocol in any law enforcement anywhere in the country that advises to stay positioned in front of a car.
I believe it's like subsection 111B of something that says that, yeah, if you believe you're at threat, a vehicle is obviously a weapon, like you can fire back. There's actually precedent of this in Minnesota, but like
this is like saying the person shot. This is like if it was a gunfight and you're like, as you can see, he missed. The bullet went past the officer and hit the wall, and yet he shot the person 3 times in the head.
Mm-hmm.
The perpetrator missed, ladies and gentlemen, and you can even tell that they were intending to miss because look at that grip. Look at the direction they're pointing the gun. They're just trying to move the officer out of their way so they can flee the scene of their crime. That's all my client was guilty of here.
Mm-hmm.
But you will not find protocol in any law enforcement group across the entire country that's going to say position yourself in front of a car.
I don't know anything about that, but I know that this person, I know that he's going to be scot-free here.
You're probably right about that. You're probably right about that.
I've seen plenty of cops do exactly what this guy did and just literally light windshields up on people, climb up on the hood and light their windshield up.
If this wasn't a political thing, no one would give a fuck. It's only because this is a political thing that people are frantic to be like, sure, contact was by contact you mean hitting someone and ramming them with a car that you think is going to be used to kill you after you were dragged by one of these people 5 months ago and were in the hospital for severe injury.
He leaned on the car as it was moving,
and
the policies that are no.
So it's kind of a wearing.
No. Hang on. The policies that are in place for these law enforcement agents are that they are supposed to position themselves away from that. Like, so you cannot put yourself in a situation, like it weakens your case if you put yourself in a situation where you had to use the gun in the first place. If you would have made the decision instead to step aside and she would have, they would have pursued her, whatever. They had her license plate number. I mean, what was the urgency here? But what he did was he positioned himself, he leaned in front of the car and then waited until his feet were clear of the path before he took that first shot. That's what makes it questionable. And he was.
This is what I would expect to happen to me if I did what she did.
Yeah, it would happen to anyone.
Expect this to happen to me.
It is only because of politics.
If I were in her shoes,
this is nuanced.
If I were in her
you
shoes,
guys are
I would be so quick at putting that car in park, getting my hands up, and surrendering loudly.
But
like
you
that,
guys are.
that would be my first reaction.
You guys seem to be ignoring the testimony from witnesses that she was.
I am because I saw so many of them say that the guy fired 5 shots when he only fired 3.
But you're ignoring the idea that she got conflicting orders. You're just like
I don't believe
ignoring that.
I don't believe eyewitness testimonies. I believe video.
Wait, which one screamed "drive the car into me" right now?
I heard all those eyewitnesses say he fired 5, 6 shots. No, he didn't. He fired 3 shots. So if they can't even get the number of shots right, I don't trust their word on this.
Well, here's the thing. The cop that fired that gun was filming with his phone. They don't have to wear police cameras in Minneapolis. The Biden administration implemented a policy where all federal law enforcement had to wear body cameras. Trump decided to end that policy. Okay, he can do that. That's his right.
I'm against that.
But he had his phones out and he was recording. So why don't they release that footage?
Well, I'm sure
they should.
I bet they will.
You know who else should release the footage?
But I think it's important
to
understand that things would escalate and orders would change. I bet initially they thought like, hey, what are you doing, you knucklehead? Get out of here. But then when it became clear as she sat there and impeded them, I bet it escalated to a point where they said, now you can't leave. And they began arresting and detaining her for interfering with law enforcement.
Mm-hmm. This impeded them thing is overblown because I saw her wave the other SUV by like 10 seconds before the shooting.
I think, again, she'd been stalking them doing this all day, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened before this. I only have the video to deal with, but I can imagine a scenario and make one up where she keeps blocking them. She's not letting them go somewhere that they want to go, clearly. I know they're like ICE, so they don't really do traffic law, but the fuck is she doing sideways in the middle of the road? Like we might need to see if this is drunk driving. I don't know. If I'm just a Joe Schmo cop and I see that, I'm like, you had anything to drink today, ma'am? Like we're gonna have to have a whole conversation if I see you sideways parked in the middle of the road.
She was apparently affiliated with a group called Ice Watch that would harass and go around to things like this.
Yeah, I don't know. I we'll see what comes of it, but I would bet heavily on this guy having no issues. Of course, the internet is already doxing him, just like they doxed the Delta commander who did the Venezuela raise.
Kristi Noem doxed him first.
She said his name.
I mean, that name was going to have to be public.
He was the same guy in June who got dragged 30 yards, and then that person's name.
So she accidentally doxed him, but the internet is like running with his like biography and a picture of him. This is a murderer. Share this everywhere you can. It's a little different.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I can take that. Yeah, I think that once Kristi Noem made his identity real, everyone was like, "We know who he is," and they get excited about it.
Yeah, they're also, like I said, they're doxing that Delta Force commander who led the raid in Venezuela as well. They're sending his picture around.
Yeah, they're trying to. I thought I saw one of those was fake, like that they got the wrong guy, which happens all the time in these scenarios. But I don't know.
That's Jack.
I know that it was. I know that it was shared by people trying to incite harm to them. Like that was the goal of them doxing. Yeah, obviously that's what doxing is. You're trying to incite harm against someone.
I'll tell you what the people of Minnesota shouldn't do, and it's anything violent, because the Trump administration would love to see you take the bait and start burning down Minneapolis and roll in there with some scary shit. And
they're already sending another 2,000 ICE.
They're not stopping. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to complete their immigration.
Adding
raids.
more people is what I'm saying. I'm sort of agreeing with your point. Like they're rolling
they're ramping
more.
things up.
Like,
but I would be more worried about them sending in National Guard from a different state, or sending in Army or something like that, and declaring martial law in the city.
Did you see Tim Waltz?
The governor activated. Yeah, the governor activated the Minnesota National Guard.
That was smart.
And there were 10,000 people that demonstrated last night. By all accounts, that it did not devolve into.
If they were Urukai, they would have taken Helm's Deep. It was that many people.
Sure,
no, Gandalf would have wanted to. Don't even say that.
I mean, it would be nice if the federal government cooperated with the Minnesota authorities, because right now the heads of state in the Minnesota are claiming that they're iced out. Like the feds, the FBI are not sharing evidence, and that.
Why would they share? Like
they are obligated to. You're supposed to collaborate together if you're going to do.
Whoever's running the investigation, it's the other way. It goes the food chain goes up, right? Like what I've seen is and I hope the Trump administration latches onto it, is that they blame this on local law enforcement not working with them. There should have been local law enforcement there during those ICE raids, handling things. Well, then it's a failure on local law enforcement.
No, Tim Waltz told when ICE called the Minneapolis Sheriff's Department, they didn't get an answer. They asked for help, and Tim Walz told them not to cooperate.
I might be mistaken, but I thought there were local PD on the ground. Maybe they showed up after the fact.
No, he said not to cooperate. He told Minneapolis PD, Tim Walz did, he told them not to cooperate with federal law enforcement. And now he's saying that he wants to activate the National Guard. I'm not making this up. He used the word war. He invoked the Minnesota First from 1863 about defending Minnesota. He brought that up. Have you seen those clips? You want to talk about? You want to talk about?
He may have good reason. So he's got good reason. Like to play devil's advocate here, he's seen Trump activate National Guard units from states like Texas and Oklahoma, and then have them go into foreign states to enforce federal prerogative. So Tim Waltz has preemptively activated his National Guard as to say, "Don't come here. It's clearly handled."
That's not what this was. That's not what this was. He wasn't setting up some kind of a physical conflict between them.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Minneapolis was the ground zero for the fucking riots in 2020, and so he's preemptively just sending a message to the protesters: Don't.
Oh no!
No! If anything, he's agitating and boosting the protesters.
Wait, did you watch his press conferences yesterday and today?
He calls ICE agents Gestapo.
He very explicitly was telling the people of Minnesota, "Do not devolve into violence."
Trump said that on January 6th.
He said literally.
But that was on him too.
This is a very different context, but he very, very explicitly told people, do not. He said the same thing you just said, Kyle. He said, don't take the bait. He said the same thing.
Trump said Mike Pence is a traitor on January 6th too.
Well, he did disobey the president's orders, but I would say that Mike Pence was choosing the constitutional
Okay,
republic
let's
over a rogue president trying to steal an election. That's
Trump very clearly instigated those people.
I can't hear this conversation again. I can't hear this.
It was the worst natural disaster in American history, Taylor.
Get him involved.
The worst natural disaster in American
history. They meandered
history.
violently.
You got to bring Dick Masterson back on if we're going to do another January 6th debate.
I just saw a guy hitting a cop with a baseball bat on January 6th today.
Where'd he get a bat?
I don't know where the bat came from. He had a riot shield and a bat.
Oh,
Woody, have you considered maybe he was playing baseball with his son and suddenly the cop jumped in the middle of things?
No, I didn't.
Have you considered that? Who knows? Maybe it came from the FBI evidence.
I hear he was a
there were hundreds
coach.
Of plainclothes agents.
But back to what you were saying a minute ago.
Trump must have sent the FBI, and they were Trump's FBI.
Back to what you were saying a minute ago in terms of the investigation. The state conducts their own investigation. The federal government, as far as I understand, they can basically invoke the supremacy clause and usurp that investigation, take it to a judge, and ask for it to be dismissed. That's not typically what they've done in the past. The feds have cooperated with state authorities while they conduct their own investigation. Right now, as of right now, maybe it's changed in the last 3 hours, the FBI was not sharing any evidence with Minnesota authorities, so they cannot do an investigation.
No,
why are you saying of course not? You should want transparency, right?
I don't care what they do with the information because I've seen everything that seems relevant and made my own judgment, and they're not going to have any.
You wouldn't want more information?
No, I want all the information we can get. But what I'm saying is that JD Vance was out today. He spoke for like half an hour on this, and he's like, you heard his words: total immunity. Like he's like, this guy has complete immunity or total immunity. It was either one of those phrases in this matter.
You know, surely most Americans want transparency, right? Like 89% of Americans support the idea that every police officer should wear a body camera. This guy was seen filming. This guy was seen filming what was happening on his phone. So we know he has video. So like in the public interest, if they really want
I hope they release that.
Okay, great.
I bet they will. Yeah. I bet they will, and it'll support their claims. I bet there'll be a lot of
supports their claims. I want to see it in either case. I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be right, but I definitely want to get all the information. The fact that there seems to be some sort of cover up by not cooperating with Minnesota, by not releasing some of the footage and just instantly defining her as some sort of like crazy domestic terrorist and overstating that the cop is lucky to be alive and all that fun stuff. It feels like a propaganda cover up.
Donald Trump said he was run over. He was run over.
He was run over and lucky to be alive.
The propaganda cover up, and this is just difference of perspective, obviously. We're going to disagree. It's that someone clearly attempted to harm an ICE agent after impeding federal law enforcement.
With a deadly weapon.
With a deadly weapon.
At all.
And we can see through the video that the front tires of the front wheel drive vehicle were spinning in the direction of the ICE agent. The ICE agent was then struck. This guy had been dragged hundreds of yards and severely injured earlier in the year because, as Kyle correctly pointed out earlier, leftist extremists are using cars to impede these sorts
hundreds
of things.
Yards? Are you sure about that?
It was 100 yards.
It was 100 yards.
It was 100 yards.
It was either 100 or
thousands of yards.
It was
thousands of yards.
I don't think anyone survives thousands of yards, but to get it to something lighter,
14 miles,
lighter, because I'm sure we're going to go into Venezuela or something after this. Is Zach? Can you please show this video with sound that I linked the tweet? This is a guy filming the aftermath of this, and I was dying laughing at that. Like, it's so inappropriate for what's just occurred, and I think you all might get a laugh. There we go. Make sure sound's on.
I don't even know how black people is. Phone up, she thick as hell. What you talking about?
I watched the video without audio, and I said that a few seconds ago. I watched your video, no audio, and I went, "Damn, she's thick."
That's just people screaming and being like, "She thick as hell." I gotta, I'm throwing cool guy of the week to whoever that is.
I think you got Facebooked. I think somebody added that after in the editing.
Oh God! You always have to be alert now, don't you?
If videos are funny enough, I go suspension of belief mode.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, absolutely. That's funny. I like that a lot.
But in much
same reaction. That's so funny.
In much bigger news than that, the whole Venezuela thing. And I know we probably shouldn't dwell on it forever because I know we talked about it a lot on PKN. But what are your thoughts, Hutch? I'm interested.
I don't know. I'm at a point where like my chat gets pissed at me sometimes because I'm like pretty zen about everything. Like once he won, I was like, all right, another 4 years. And so I can't say I'm surprised. I understand that Democrats, I think, do need to be a little bit careful in terms of how they respond to this because like I predicted that approval for this operation would probably inch up like it did in Iran. Like initially the Iran strikes were slightly unpopular. And then after it was obvious that we just fucking dominated them.
Got away with it.
Got it.
We owned them.
Like a lot of people just like that kind of like we're fucking America, And so it kind of taps into kind of jingoism and that sort of thing. And so I don't know. I think it's I mean, you're super anti-interventionist, right, Taylor? No, not on this.
I'm anti-intervention in situations that don't benefit the U.S. So like Afghanistan, Pakistan,
Ukraine,
Iran, Iraq, Ukraine, Syria, Libya, Yemen,
Israel.
Intervening with all our money we give them in Israel, Nigeria, like all the things that have happened. Like Venezuela at least has a point because it's in our hemisphere and it was a stronghold for China. China was building military installations there. At least we have a tangible benefit there. All that other shit
Russian
was like
systems
on
that were
Israel's
Chinese.
behalf. Oh, I thought it was Russian anti-air.
Oh, Chinese anti-air.
Oh, it was Chinese anti-air.
Yeah, I watched a couple of like military like combat YouTube channels today do their breakdown analysis. Do you know that they had a 30-man Cuban special forces team protecting Maduro?
Yeah, because he was cowed.
Do you know that they're all dead
in
today?
China.
You know they're all fucking dead. Like that's that fucking flag saluting America shit. When you tell me that these guys were so good at what they do that they went in with rifles and killed 30 guys and none of them got shot. Like,
yeah, seems like we could do the
take the COD world champs and put them against the four of us. We'll get a kill, boys.
There was an element to it where like I was watching it. And I did have a moment where I was just I suspect probably all of us had a moment that was similar. That was like, Jesus Christ, like. How fucking sophisticated are our intelligence systems? How fucking sophisticated are our military infrastructure? Like the fact that we can just go into a country of 30 million people, fly into the capital, do these like precision strikes, like that level of sophistication in the intelligence was like
it's wild. Dude,
it was scary. It was like holy
good, but I'm not
shit.
surprised. I always assumed we could do that.
I didn't know we could do this. Like I saw pictures of the barracks we got before and after, and I found them because I was going through Venezuelan Twitter, and so everything's translated from Spanish, and they were all raving about how they're like, America is so sophisticated they didn't even blow up a tree. And it shows the before and after of the barracks, and it's surrounded by trees. They didn't hit a single tree. They destroyed just the barracks. Like that's the level of surgical precision the U.S. military is capable. If anything, this event made me realize, like, I always thought like China was a little bit behind us, Russia, behind us a bit more than China. This seems like we are so far above everyone.
We don't know how they turn the lights out, and that's the most impressive part.
If anything, it's comforting. It means American global hegemony will last.
I thought you didn't like that though. I feel like my head's spinning a little bit.
We've had laser-guided bombs and munitions that can go down a chimney since the Gulf War, and probably before that, but we showed them off in the Gulf War.
Top Gun Maverick, bro.
But the way they turned off the power in Caracas is still a mystery that people are just speculating about.
I thought it was confirmed that they did malware. I thought but that's what I read in the initial reporting is that we installed malware in there.
Trump said it was due to a certain expertise we have. And then he credited Cybercom, Spacecom, and several other agencies. So
all that shit is
we just
there's no way we're getting the real answer for how they handled that. They're not even going to give us red, maybe.
I find it believable that Trump gave away a secret.
Yeah, he's not that.
I don't think
for Trump.
Do you think he knows enough about how we did it?
He didn't say.
Surely you guys have an issue with him. I mean, this feels like more than just like strategic advantage. We're talking about essentially conquest. You know, we're talking about like
Panama.
We're talking about like seizing their oil reserves. Are you guys okay with that?
I'm fine. I'm totally fine with that.
So wait, hold on. Does that mean that you would be okay with doing the same thing in Greenland? Because we would similarly benefit, right?
So here's the difference. So what we've done,
we just build stuff there. We don't need it.
So first of all, we've done this before. We did this in Panama to Noriega. We did this exact same like playbook to Noriega in Panama in 1990. George H.W. Bush kidnapped him with a military/DEA force, took him back to New York, tried him, put him in federal prison for his crimes. And I don't know who the leadership was in Panama, but I bet they danced to our tune after that. That's the same thing they're doing in Venezuela. Venezuela can't export oil right now, crude oil, because our Navy is there. And our Navy's not going to leave. So we're going to refine oil at some sort of, it's going to be ours. We're taking the oil.
You can't imagine blowback? You can't imagine blowback
How?
for this? It's a country of, well, first of all, I mean, Venezuela, I think, has like 32 million people in it, but you're also talking about like broader Latin America. You can't imagine provoking a kind of anti-Western imperialist movement that would come from this, and
not one that because they can be mean on Twitter and shit.
No,
they're very happy on like Latin America is overwhelmingly stoked on getting rid of Maduro because
there's a lot of people are. I mean, he was brutal. He was
horrible. He killed
illegitimate.
There's
illegitimate. He ran over people with tanks who were protesting, and also 8 million people over the past 13 years during his reign have fled. That pisses off surrounding countries because they're like, the fuck, like we have to take this. And so like the only concern I have, which I said on PKA, so I'll keep it brief, is a migrant crisis. I don't want an additional migrant crisis from this because if you recall, in 2022, the Biden administration arrested the president of Honduras on narco charges in Tegucigalpa, the capital of Honduras. And after they arrested him, it created a migrant problem. And that is the only concern I have. I was very worried about bombing Iran turning into a big war. And that's why I'm against it. I'm still against any Iran stuff because I don't see a benefit for the US there much.
That's an Israeli war.
That's like for Israel. Like it doesn't benefit us. So I don't want to fight Iran.
It affects us a little bit as far as the way Iran might fund anti-Western terror organizations, not just Hezbollah, who's there in Palestine, but some sort of Al-Qaeda splinter group or something like that. I always worry about Iran funding that and giving them some fucking irradiated materials and them being in a fucking shipping container in San Francisco, detonating a dirty bomb on the Golden Gate Bridge and making the most financially dense area in the planet an irradiated wasteland for 16 years.
The most catastrophic mistake that the Bush administration made was a complete lack of thought about how to move forward after Saddam was gone. Like they just, and all the investigations they did and all the post-mortem analyses, they just had no plan. And it seems like Donald Trump, hang on real quick. I want to tie to this thing. It seems like Donald Trump is in a similar position because you had the opposition leader, her name was Machado, I think. And technically, she lines up with American interests more than the VP that was just sworn in. But Trump passed on her, reportedly, because he was salty that she won the Nobel Peace Prize and didn't give it to him. That seems like...
She doesn't have respect.
You guys can't imagine this action of... this is just pure conquest of like taking that oil.
They're already making deals.
You can't imagine a movement springing up in Latin America that would become radicalized and do some kind of terrorist attack in the United States?
I can because when you act like an asshole, you find yourself unpopular and isolated. And I don't think you can base right versus wrong or good versus bad based on what's good for me. I could take a gun to downtown Raleigh and mug people and say, hey, it's good for me, therefore I support it. But it doesn't make it good. And in the long term, I'll be isolated and in trouble. If we just go and mug a country like Venezuela and take all their oil, it might be nice in the short term. Sure, I have somebody else's wallet. In the long term, though, you're the bad guy and you're globally isolated, and it's a problem.
I don't think that's
because they don't have any
realistic.
friends.
We've seen
Venezuela doesn't have any
so
friends.
many
Nobody
times
cares
in
what we're doing in
history.
Venezuela. If we fuck with Greenland, then I'm on your page. If we fuck with Greenland, we upset NATO, we upset Europe. That's a different page. They don't care about what we do in South America. They know that that's ours because that's been ours since the 50s. Every single government down there, we either buy, break, or bribe, or whatever you want to call it. Every single one of those governments, we have our fingers in a pot. Whether that's right or wrong or not, doesn't matter because we don't get to be policy makers. It's what we do as the United States of America.
It has happened several times in history that we go in, impose our will, depose some leader, install some loyalist, and then the country devolves into chaos. Happened in Iran. It's happened in Central and South America several times all throughout history.
So we're not responsible for Iran, are we?
I'm talking about the Iranian installing. No, I mean Iran. I mean they installed the Shah. They installed the Shah, and then in the late 70s there was a fucking revolution, and then look where we are now.
But you know the difference. So I think it's important to point out that the huge difference in Venezuela is when we took down Saddam Hussein, we took down the entire Ba'athist party and everyone who was affiliated with it. You had to be in the Ba'athist party to be in the government. So basically, we fired every government official who knew what they were doing and barred them from ever holding office again. Not down to the dog catchers. Then we did the same thing to their police forces and security forces
who
and
were
secret
armed.
Police
Who were armed.
and who were armed.
Yeah.
Now all those guys are without a job and looking for a new career, and there's no one to replace them. We couldn't have fucked it's almost like we did it on purpose. Maybe we did. It's like I have a hard time believing we're that stupid and bad at it. I don't know which it is. Either we're incredibly negligent and stupid in that move.
That was incompetence.
Or, oh my God, you ruined them on purpose. You created that insurgency to sell weapons and make a forever war over here. Maybe they did that. I could believe our government's that evil. But in South America and Venezuela, we didn't tear down the government. We took the king off the board and the queen stepped up. The vice president's running that country right now, and presumably remaining in power under a contiguous government that we can now boss around because they know that we'll come and fucking grab you if you don't.
Yeah. And that's good for America geopolitically. And it depends on the framing of the argument, because opposition to things like this, intervention that actually benefits America, where it's like, oh, well, we all seem like the bad guys and this and that. That's not how great power politics work. It's not how diplomacy works. It's not how, geopolitics works. Like, it just comes down to two different discussions. If you want to talk about the morality of it and the implications of that, sure. But if you want to talk about like the predictions and ability to ascertain what we're likely to next do, like, you need to think about great power politics, not, but we're going to see no.
But you could use this rationale.
Russia invaded.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You could use this rationale to invade and depose like anyone. Like you could use this. I mean, it would benefit us if we, did that to Canada. If it would benefit us if we did that to Mexico. Like,
it comes down to power, though. Like I see a lot of morons on the internet saying things like, "Oh, so they can just arrest Trump when he goes to France now," and it's like, no, because that's not how power dynamics work. Oh, so Bangladesh can just invade China and depose Xi Jinping? No. The only defining factor there is power and the ability to project power, influence globally.
Right. We could do that to a lot of different countries. Sure. Right.
We clearly
almost all of them.
Think about because Russia. Think about during the Ukraine war. Russia, on at least one occasion, maybe two, tried to do a Delta Force thing to Zelensky. Mm-hmm. What prevented that?
Yeah.
They failed because they weren't adept enough. They all got murdered by Zelensky's guard or whatever. Like, they try that thing. The limiting factor is, for every other great power, China and Russia, is capacity. Not will. If China wakes up tomorrow with a 10 times stronger military, they don't take Taiwan. They take the whole planet. Like, they are limited by will. We are the only, or they are limited by capacity. We are the only superpower that we've self-imposed a limit of will over the past, really ever since Carter in 80.
But it seems like you're taking like an extreme might makes right kind of position here. But you could
geopolitically, that's how it works. Yes, and right doesn't mean morally. It just means
I understand.
Right. Yeah.
But you could use that same rationale to do the same thing in probably a dozen other countries that are in our.
But we wouldn't want to do that, because the only time we should be interceding in global events is if it has a tangible benefit to America. That's why Syria. That's why Libya was a total disaster. Libya was a complete disaster in 2011, toppling Gaddafi. We spent a bunch of time, a bunch of money, and then it hurt Europe tremendously.
So if it's a country that we can easily usurp and take their resources, should we do that in every case?
It depends on the geopolitical implications. Like, who are their allies?
Let's say we benefit from it.
It's almost always going to be cheaper to buy their stuff.
No, but I'm asking, should we, right? Because you're saying we should have done this. We ought to have done this.
To buy them.
Well, no, I'm saying for
if it's cheaper to buy it, then we just buy it.
But if it's not cheaper, should we do this to other countries?
How badly do we need it? I mean, is it like unobtainium, or is it like that whale Avatar?
Let's just say they have
if we have to kidnap another president from
depends what they're doing with the oil
Nicaragua.
reserves, and it depends on, like, in Venezuela's case. I like this because I didn't want China moving missiles and Russia moving missiles into Venezuela and having another Cuban Missile Crisis. And that place has like the largest oil and gold reserves on the planet. It's 500 miles from Puerto Rico. We call dibs. And that's just going to be the way things are.
That seems like
I don't like the Greenland thing, because what they're talking about is annexing and making it ours. And there's 30,000 people there who don't want that, and it's their home. And I don't like that at all. I do recognize the strategic and resource reasons for taking it, but I wouldn't vote for, or if I was on a cabinet, with Trump, I wouldn't speak up for the taking and annexing of Greenland. I don't like that at all.
I'd rather have the Panama Canal.
Not just because of right and wrong. And just to be clear, it would be wrong, morally speaking, and just put yourself in a black space and say, is this right or wrong? It's wrong. It's wrong. It's theirs. We're stronger than we can take it. We're not bullies on a playground. Don't act like that for no reason. The real problem is beyond the right and wrong is it would break up NATO. I don't know what the rest of NATO would do. And as much as I don't like NATO, I do recognize that we're in a position where Russia's already at war with Ukraine. China clearly is slobbering at the mouth for Taiwan. If Russia is swept down through Lithuania at the same time China swept and embargoed Taiwan, we'd be stretched. We'd be fighting wars on two sides of the planet. That would be a real problem. And then a NATO that we're not coordinating with and working hand in hand with is going to just exacerbate that and make that a big loss, mostly for Europe. Mostly for Europe and Taiwan. I mean, we're all the way over here, obviously.
Do you like, Hutch, that the Venezuela thing is detrimental to China's aspirations towards Taiwan?
Do I like it? I mean,
yeah, of course. They're our enemy.
Well, I mean,
I'll have to recognize that.
I think we have to think about, like, just. I think there's a little bit of myopia going on here, guys, like a lack of imagination, because things are. I mean, it went swimmingly, right? Like the transition, new vice president. But you guys aren't imagining a situation where the situation in Venezuela and the broader Latin America region really becomes totally destabilized. You mentioned like a migrant crisis.
Let me ask you what you mean by that.
Threat.
Like, are you talking about like
migrant crisis
becoming an insurgency? Like there being an insurgency of
yeah, you
like
inspire a kind of anti-West, anti-imperialism kind of movement. I mean, we've seen that happen literally already. Like
it didn't happen in 1990
times.
It didn't happen when Biden.
When I say we're doing the wrong thing, it's partly just from you want to be a good person in a good country, but also if you're a bad person or a bad country, then you get what's coming to you eventually. The entire world lines up against you. You find yourself isolated and with no friends. Acting like this to Venezuela and then making a habit out of that, you'll find yourself all alone.
Did we harm Venezuela?
Everybody at once.
We helped Venezuela.
Let's wait. We don't know yet.
But wait, this feels like kind of like a mission accomplished moment. I mean, like they were saying the exact
same thing.
Oh, no,
certainly not.
They were saying the exact same thing because we rolled through Iraq the second time way easier.
Do you think Iraq and Venezuela are similar?
I didn't say that. It's a different situation.
Like I said, the government
different situation because one of them
is now the president.
One of them, we're going into a country in Iraq that never has had a democracy ever. And there's 3 warring ethno-religious conflicts where they're trying to genocide each other for 2,000 years. They are totally unprepared for even the concept of democracy. They don't want it. They don't need it. They
don't have
they spit in it. Venezuela, on the other hand, is very familiar with democracy. It's a largely homogenous, I believe, Catholic culture there. And they are all stoked, or the vast majority, the super majority are stoked that this douchebag who reduced their GDP from 300 and something billion in 2010 to 110 billion.
Yeah, he caused
now,
a lot of. He caused
a ton of problems. He was a terrible guy.
Right? You have this oil-rich country that you're invading who's cozying up to people who weren't friends of ours. So we're going to go in there. We're going to decapitate the leader. We're going to take the oil. It's going to be great for America. Really? Let's wait and see.
We didn't take the oil in Iraq.
Yeah, I know. This feels like a mission accomplished moment yet again. It is early to plant your flag and act like you won.
Sure. So I've said before, it all depends on
what would be
the
the scenario where things would go wrong? Because what
Migrant
you would
crisis.
need is the country to literally fall into an Iraqi-style insurgency for us. Because what they're going to do is they're making nice with the new president of Venezuela, who is now in power unjustly, if you ask me, because Maduro's opponent got 80% of the vote. 80%. Think about that. This is a guy who only 20% of the population voted for. They're definitely 80% of the population is definitely stoked we took this guy away. But what they really want is that lady who ran against him to be the president, because she won the fucking last election. They should have new elections stat. That's the right thing to do. But what we're going to do is we're going to puppet that vice president bitch, and she's not going to physically be able to export oil because the United States Navy is filling the Caribbean. And I'll tell you another thing Trump did today. Taco Trump took that fucking Russian tanker right in front of a Russian submarine, naval cuckoldry, like called Russia's bluff, and they just stole that boat and they're bringing it back. And it's I liked that because you don't see him stand up to Putin nearly enough, or Russia nearly enough.
I do like that
50 million barrels of oil that we just got from Venezuela. And I'm confused as to how it's working. Did we take the oil for free and we're selling it at market price?
I read about it.
Or did we buy it from them at market price?
It's what was already happening. This is not it's one of those things where they explained a situation to him that was already in place, and he's calling it a victory for him. So ignore that like free 50 million barrels of oil that was already coming to us, already owed to us.
Okay,
it was either already coming to us, or already owed to us, or was what we already take or something. So
I don't know.
He's lying on that. Ignore him on that. But what we are going to do clearly is send his oil company buddies in to develop and exploit that oil. But we're not stealing it like the Romans. We're not taking 100% of their oil and leaving them in poverty and saying join the legions. So it's not that. We're saying you're in business with us now. We're going to pay you the market rate. You get this much and we get that much.
To that I say, we'll see. Just like manufacturing has declined in Trump's age of tariffs because there's so much instability, who would invest in Trump's tariff protections, right? Like they could completely disappear when Trump leaves. They could completely disappear while Trump is here. We've seen him oscillate on what a tariff level should be so many times that no one in their right mind would invest using Trump's tariff protections as a rationale.
Yep.
Back to Venezuela. If you're Chevron or Exxon or whatever, are you going to put $50 billion into Venezuela, hoping that you'll be protected, that there'll be stability, that the U.S. government will have your back this whole time? Because I don't know where Trump is in 2 years.
Here's why.
I don't know what is after Trump.
So no president's going to say no to oil. I don't care, Democrat, Republican, or Independent. Bernie Sanders will be like, we're keeping the oil. All right, first and foremost, we're keeping the oil.
We're not just going to throw this away.
We're dumping it in the ocean. That's bad oil.
Schumer, maybe not Bernie.
But as far as like the oil companies, their shit's already there. They were in business there, and the Venezuelans nationalized it, aka turned to communism and stole all of the derricks, oil rigs, equipment, what have you, from those oil companies. So I'm not saying they can move in and just turn the switch on and start filling their barrels, but they're at least a third of the way there to doing that. There's already facilities.
Happened? You don't have to be perfect, but like get close.
I don't know.
Would you call it 80s?
So post Chavez, I think. I know we had like George W. had huge beef with Chavez. And then I always theorized that we shot Chavez with that cancer gun because I just don't believe world leaders just whoopsie daisy, I've got stage 4 cancer all of a sudden, and I had no idea. I think that they would have caught it, but we hit him with the cancer gun and took him out. I strongly believe that. I think the CIA has.
But I don't know when he died. So you're saying it was in the last 10 years?
Hugo Chavez died in 2013.
Okay. So you think it was after Chavez?
The nationalization of the oil stuff? I don't know when that
started.
happened. I have no idea where that happened. If you told me it was the
Zach says
60s,
it's
I believe you.
1976. Oh, okay. So that stuff's old. You probably need to start fresh. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know enough about the oil business. I got most of my oil business information from Landman, and Billy Bob's known to spin a yarn.
Yeah, that might not be the best source. That's
50 years ago.
End of the day, this is all going to be outcome dependent. If we get what we want, if we deprive our enemies of resources, if we strengthen ourselves geopolitically and weaken our rivals, huge win. If it creates an enormous migrant crisis and there's a huge amount of investment needed to maintain it, then it's going to be looked at retroactively.
Private investment.
Like I had in my head that China was in there doing it the right way. China was like, look, we'll build your refinery. Well, here, tell me where I'm wrong, because I might be.
Yeah.
China was building their refinery. They were building their infrastructure. They were trying to create this oil thing. They were selling them, anti-aircraft shit that barely worked. But at least they were like partnering and doing something that Venezuela wanted to do. They weren't in there decapitating the leader. We go in there, we kill 80 people, we steal their leader, we trump up some charges, and
100.
If Trump up some charges, the charges are real.
Some of the charges are literally dropped. The thing about him being like this narco terrorist cartel, they made that shit up and they dropped those charges already. Some of the charges were acquiring fully automatic machine guns for their own army. Jesus fucking Christ, right? That's what I meant when I say Trump up charges. So anyway, we make up some charges and maybe there's some real ones in addition to those. We take off their leader. We're not doing it the right way. We're not partnering in some kind of win-win. We're creating a win-lose, and that shit's always temporary.
Not with Maduro, but if you're talking about the Venezuelan people and you care about them, we are doing it in a much more positive way. China doesn't give a fuck. China sees another communist country and goes, yeah, we'll invest here and we'll use it as a stronghold. We'll build military installations. We'll build landing zones for planes, this and that.
Imagine if Great Britain put a fucking warrant out on Donald Trump. They came in, they fucking arrested him on pedophile charges. They took him back to London and they were going to try him for pedophilia. And now J.D. Vance is the president. That doesn't change any of our oil deals. You know what I mean? Like now J.D. Vance and the rest of the whole system of cards is still there. The entire government is still there. The mechanism is there to pump the oil, market the oil, and export the oil. We're not going to take their oil barrels and put them on aircraft carriers and literally steal them. We're going into business with them. This is like when the mob comes in and roughs you up a little bit and says, now we're partners.
Well,
that's literally what it is.
I think there's a lot of assumptions going on here, though. Like, if it's the case that this move provides stability and prosperity for the people of Venezuela, like you said, Taylor, a moment ago, there was hyperinflation in that country, and apart from the political repression he was doing, imprisoning and torturing dissidents, murdering people. Sure. He inflicted a lot of economic pain on that entire country. And so if those people feel like a tangible benefit, then you can imagine like a really strong pro-US sentiment. If that happens, if it devolves and if it becomes destabilized, you could easily see a strong anti-Western, anti-United States, anti-imperialist movement forming. And then that could potentially bleed into other countries in the region. Again, we have seen this exact story play out in different regions in the country or different regions in the world
and dictatorships
several times throughout history. And so,
but this is a democracy that had been this is a democracy that had been held hostage by a dictator, and it still is. Just to be clear, it's a democracy being held hostage by a dictator's regime because that vice president was not duly elected.
Well, no reasonable person is
wrong. I'm just asking.
No reason
because they had elections and elect their president.
No. The when I'm just trying to in my head, if they were a democracy in the 50s, well, then that's hardly relevant. If they were a democracy like 10
right
years
now.
ago,
well, yes, they are. Maduro stole the election. That's what happened. It would be like if Trump had won on January 6th.
They are a de jure democracy, but
it's a democratic structure. But he
not de facto.
So maybe the leader before him was an honest democracy.
No, that would be that was Maduro, and then Chavez was prior.
Did Chavez legitimately win the vote?
I don't know about you. I don't know. I thought he did. I know he was super. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Right?
Here's what I know about him. That guy was like super popular and like a man of the people. He'd go and like mix it up on soccer pitches with people, and like he would like sing and dance like in public. I saw him at concerts like dancing and having a good time. That was definitely a popular.
He gave away a lot of oil too.
But they were wildly prosperous. They were wildly prosperous for a time. Yeah. And then
they need to have new elections.
Like a penny a gallon.
What we should do it would make me feel 100% like the good guy on this is hold new elections immediately and respect.
Rubio said no. Rubio said that's not going to happen.
Of course he doesn't, because they've already got their puppets in the Maduro regime. Like they've already, if they weren't already in control and had them by the short hairs, then he would want an election so that they could steal it and put in whoever they want. They don't want that woman because she might have American and Western ideals, but she doesn't want to play ball. We don't care if they're Democrats or dictators as long as they dance to our tune. Sure. That is American policy. We love kings and dictators because they're easy to get to go along with American policy. Democracies change every 4, 5, 6 years, and all of a sudden you got a new guy in there that you got to appease and deal and dicker with. That's just the way we play ball. But the right thing to do here would be to have elections. And then that woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize or whatever would become the rightful president. And I bet she wouldn't deal as easily with us as the Maduro vice president.
They're all gonna like. That's why I feel like they should just have elections, because it really genuinely doesn't matter who they have as president. They will bend to us. They will. Because we just exhibited a use of force that even rivals like China and Russia are spazzing about. Like we just showed we run shit. Like whoever, let them elect someone. That's fine. They're still going to bend the knee.
I mean, maybe that happens, but I feel like you're not fully appreciating the similarities between this and other times we've made that very same assumption.
I only see similarities in the times we've done it, and it worked out well, like Panama.
If the situation devolves, would you guys change your opinion?
100%. If a migrant crisis occurs, I will change my opinion and say this was an unforced own goal, like 100%. But
we would have to
unless and until
so
that
bad to mess this up. Yeah. It would be a fumble for things not to go our way at this point.
I know, I kind of feel like he's eager to change the narrative. You know, he had a rough few months, Donald Trump did, and I feel like this is like his moment to try to shift that narrative around. The Epstein stuff was not going well for him. I think some of that is overstated, but it really was not going well for him.
This is where I straddle the stream of political discourse, and I feel like give some credence to my more extreme right-wing policies and beliefs and ideals, because Trump's clearly a pedophile trying to get the news off the fact that Trump's a pedophile, and they keep doctoring Epstein documents, and I'm on board with all that. You just have to put everything he does in this little vacuum sealed bubble, though, and judge it on its own merits.
You got to go out
us. Just because I agree with the left more often than you do, I also feel like I look at everything individually. When DOGE came along, I was excited. I was like, you know what? Let's find that inefficiency. Let's find that waste. Let's find that fraud. There are plenty of things Trump has done where I'm like, all right, let's see how this plays out. I mean, I'm watching. It rarely has it played out well, but I, just like you, feel like I look at all these things in a vacuum. Some things are good, some things are bad.
Yeah, I'm not going to carry his water, but I'm not out to get him necessarily on something and make it something it's not. Here's 2 headlines I just linked. One of them, 2 people shot by federal agents in Portland, Oregon. Don't know what that's about yet. It's like
wait. That just happened?
7
like within the last hour. Yeah. So, but again, I need the video, right? Just like I was referring to a second ago, in a vacuum. Just because federal agents had to use their gun doesn't mean they're wrong. It's concerning.
Of course. Yeah, I'd want to see it.
I bet day, but
if I had to Nostradamus this one out, though, I bet they were attacked by angry left-wing protesters wearing black masks.
Makes me think that. Yeah. I bet there's some sort of.
If it was in Mississippi, it might have been some tiki torch carrying crackers, but it wasn't. So it's the Pacific Northwestern crackers with their billy clubs, probably.
But these are our shared biases. We'll see what the video shows.
This other clip is in Honduras. Congresswoman, this is a Honduran Congresswoman, Gladys Aurora Lopez was struck with an explosive device at the Congress in Honduras. It looks like somebody threw a firebomb over the balcony.
She's the vice president of the National Congress of Honduras. I don't really know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Yeah.
Somebody threw a firebomb at her. That was pretty cool. Never seen that happen.
How hurt is she?
She's alive, minor scratches, and a possible skull fracture.
That seems all over the board. Some minor scratches and a skull fracture.
Minor scratch and a broken bone. Bleeding.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I'm getting my news from Fish. I apologize. He's not that most reliable sources, I guess. Yeah, I hope it goes well in Venezuela. I'm all about America first in like almost every decision. I don't want to be the evil dictatorship bad guys, but I'm also very comfortable not being squeaky clean because nobody plays by the rules when there's superpowers. They all bend the rules, and if we don't bend them a little, I feel like we're just going to continue to fall behind when there's 1.5 billion Chinese and only 320 million of us. And less every day, Taylor, since you've started kicking out our proud Somalis. Our wonderful Somalis.
They have the best daycares. Everyone raves about them.
Have you seen the Minnesota flag? They changed
before we talk about how they changed the Minnesota flag to look like the Somali flag, we're going to hear from some wonderful sponsors, folks. Blue Chew. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2026 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. It doesn't say boner pills on it. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And a deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com. Promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, that is BlueChew, BlueChew.com. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Give it a go. Said it a million times, but go with the tadalafil. That's where Kyle steered myself and Woody, and we've had no issues. And based on his description, it's clearly the best of the options. So check it out, Blue Chew. Use code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. You cheap fuck. Also, lock and load. Bust big boys. 2026 is the year that you start busting. Up until this point in your life, gentlemen, you haven't been supramaxing your loads, your busts.
Embarrassing.
They're not as big. They're not as pearlescent. They're not as creamy as they could be. Stay hydrated. Pearlescent. Yes, they should be pearlescent.
Part of it, yeah.
So, lock and load. 3 pills in the morning, 3 at night. They're big pills. Every time you take one, you'll know there's ingredients in this that I need. You know who our rival? You know what our rivals? I won't even say their names in this space. You know what our rivals do? They say take one little pill a day. It's like the size of a baby aspirin. They say take one a day. You think that has shit in there? You think that's efficaciously dosed the way Derek and his team of scientists does? No. Lock and load. Use code PKA or use code Jizz, and you can buy everything at GorillaMind.com for 10% off. That includes protein powders, protein drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, any sort of thing you're looking for efficaciously dosed to improve your life. Check it out. 10% off with code PKA. Also the merch. A lot of you don't even use the code for the merch, so just buy full price.
I've got more details on the.
Anyway, sorry, Kyle. What were you saying about the flag of Minnesota? I wanted to
well, they changed the flag of Minnesota to be rather similar, I guess I would say, if I'm being fair, to the flag of Somalia. The flag of Somalia is a blue background with a white star. It's like an 8-pointed star. There's a lot of points on the Somali star, to be fair. And the Minnesota flag is now a blue background with a white star on it, but it has fewer points.
You have it reversed. The Somalia star has 5. And the Minnesota one has
4
a
points
bunch.
now.
But I looked at the Minnesota Wikipedia page. I guess they've been proposing flag changes since the 50s. And when you look at it from that lens, it feels like they've been evolving in this direction for a long time. Like here, Zach, if you could go
Took
here
our
and
flag away in the 90s.
scroll. First of all, I hated their old flag. Their old flag is representative of what I don't like, which is like a lot of details, of pictures. There's like, you almost have to zoom in. Yeah, it would be a better seal. With regards to vexology, I like a simple one that a child could draw. I like their new one better. This is the kind of thing I don't like. Some people like this more, and maybe Taylor does. But I like this more.
It was also done. They also selected it partly because of a competition. And the Minnesota resident who designed the flag that inspired the new one says it had nothing to do with Somalia.
Oh well, if they said that, who Zach, was it?
Go to the Wikipedia
Mahmoud.
Fucking scroll down.
No, the guy's name is like Steve or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So here, look at the evolution. Hold on, I'll give you the floor for a second. You're missing it. Zach is going to scroll down and show so that's the original flag. That one there that you can't see shit from top of a flagpole. And just as he scrolls, you see it evolving towards where they landed. This is from the 50s, the 60s. Ugh. Here's a 2023 redesign.
These suck.
These
are terrible.
They're garbage.
I think
it looks like it's for a tampon company.
Scroll down some more.
This looks like a bad hotel's logo.
Here were a bunch. Is the left one the one they landed on?
Yes.
Yeah. It is. That's the one they landed on. To me, this is what a flag is supposed to look like. You're supposed to be able to see it while it's on top of a flagpole from a distance. It should be simple, recreatable. Children should be able to draw it in a classroom. It shouldn't be that complex seal that they had before this.
Well, I disagree. Like
Minnesota resident, it says Minnesota resident Andrew Precker. That doesn't sound super Somali. Submission to Cirque's design contest inspired the final flag design. In an email, Precker said his design drew inspiration from the state's history and culture. Andrew Precker.
How so? What's the significance of the 8-pointed star for Minnesota history?
There's an
the dark
8-pointed
blue
star in
field is the shape
capital
of Minnesota. The light blue field represents the significance of our water to the state. The 8-point star represents the North Star, which is also the state motto. L'Etoile du Nord, and is seen
Zach, pull up the flags of Somalia.
And is seen on the floor of the state capitol's rotunda. That same star.
Pull up the flags of Somalia because it's very obviously a similar flag, and they're doing it intentionally.
But wait, are you saying that this is all just like a conspiracy? This guy Andrew Precker?
I think he made a flag that would appeal to Somalis, and Somalis voted for it in vast numbers.
Even if the star itself is the literal same star is on the
he couldn't change the star. He had to keep a Minnesota star, but they also have a star.
Zach, you have to show multiple flags because there's Somaliland and then there's.
But wait, hold on.
Gundabad or whatever.
So is this guy lying?
I'm just seeing some similarities.
Is he
no?
lying?
What I'm suggesting, even if he's not in on the conspiracy, there clearly is.
Galmandug.
There clearly is one. Then
look at
the flag
Galmandug
was voted on heavily by Somalis because it looks just like their old flag.
Yes, that's why they want it, because it looks like their old flag.
Somaliland. Look at that.
I mean, Ilhan Omar isn't shy. She comes out and in speeches, she'll speak in whatever language they speak there and be like, I want the best for Somalia. I want America to be a use case for Somalia.
The flag of the Galmandug is the one that looks the most to me like the Minnesota flag.
I believe that's where or maybe she's from Somaliland.
No, that's where her brother's from.
Because Puntland, I think that's the south.
Precker and Champ said the new Minnesota flag has no connection to Somalia. I looked at the other U.S. state flags for inspiration, but did not look at other countries or territories. Any similarities people want to see are a coincidence. The 8-point star in the Minnesota flag differs from the 5-point star in Somalia's, in which each point refers to the 5 historical regions inhabited by the Somalis.
So you think that the new Minnesota flag serendipitously landed on a design remarkably similar to the new ethnic enclave that had been systemically imported since 2008?
I think there's a bit of Occam's razor going on here. It could be your vast conspiracy, or it could be
no. It's not a conspiracy. It's that there's a new.
Well, this guy would have to be lying about it.
Big population.
I bet there were a lot of flags to choose from, and the people voted for the one that looked the most like the Somali flag. I think that's what happened.
Well, I think what I was trying to show is the flags have been trending in this direction since the 50s.
And that's
not in the direction of being blue.
Flags are getting uglier. That is a thing.
Flags are definitely getting uglier and more
100%. Yeah, the uber simplified flags.
I miss the old Georgia flag.
Not a fan. I think it's
is it Romania? Got some rookie understanding of what flags. They're not pictures. It's not the Mona Lisa. It's a flag.
No, it is pictures. It's a banner. It's a banner that needs to be easily identifiable.
But you can't see on top of a flag.
The origin of flag. Like, what is it? Is it Romania?
They shouldn't even have flags.
Is Romania the flag that I fucking love? Is it that red with the black dragon? Let me look at it.
I think it is.
No. That's not Romania.
No, Romania is a good flag. Romania is one that gets my thumbs up.
You talking about that Northumbrian flag?
What percentage of Minnesota do you guys think are Somali?
It's a very small percentage of Minnesota. It's a decent percentage of Minneapolis, though. Wales has a good flag. They have a dragon.
It's 2% of the state. So
yes, they are hyper major. Like they're all in Minneapolis. Like it's 2% of the state. It's a significant population.
But how could 2% of the state have that much influence over the state flag?
I don't think that anyone else cared about what the state flag was going to be, and they probably didn't turn out in droves. My theory is that the Somalis turned out in droves to vote for a flag that looked just like their homeland's flag.
Well, yeah, you could probably just look up what happened.
Or they might have paid. Right? They might have bribed people with the $2 billion they stole from taxpayers with their
Oh, it's up to 10 now, brother.
10 billion. Waltz had to drop out of the race because of the embarrassment of that whole thing, and the White House is accusing him of, at the very least, turning a blind eye to it, and perhaps being involved with a criminal conspiracy, which is probably not true.
You don't think
the White House just says shit all the time? I don't know how I feel about this. Sometimes I like that the Democrats, if they do anything even bordering on wrong, they're cooked. They're fucking fried, right? Al Franken pretended to grope that woman through her grope-proof flak jacket, and she's gone. He's gone for the rest of his life. He's out of politics, no more. Donald Trump literally rapes multiple children, and they circle the wagons around him, and he's, scot-free. He's the leader of the party. It makes me think there's a good party and a bad party. On the other hand, I'm like, we are the party of no balls. You put one scratch on Tim Waltz, and he drops out of the race.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a scratch.
And can I say,
he oversaw billions of dollars of fraud.
It's a light day in the Trump family.
So you're
but I don't know how close that race
was. But this isn't just Minnesota. It's this same playbook of scams is also being uncovered now in California, New York, Ohio, Michigan.
That sounds terrible. They need to fix it. Just like I love DOGE, right? Like if they're finding, what was it, Department of Government Efficiency. Yeah, well, they were looking for waste and fraud. I think that was the two words I was searching for. If they find waste and fraud, get it. Put them in jail, lock them up. If government officials were involved or even just aware, lock them up. Not for it. But, I don't know. I guess I like that Tim Waltz is gone as I process it in my head, right? Do the right thing. But I can't help but feel like one party does the right thing and the other party circles the wagons.
I disagree there. We're on the same page 100% with fraud. Like that's been an annoying thing to see. And Hutch, I know you deal with the far left so much more than we do because you're always getting fucking razzed by those commies. But I don't know how fraud became partisan, where it's like, if it bunch of white people doing this in West Virginia, I would equally want whatever politicians oversaw that locked up. Fuck you. You're stealing our money to buy votes from new populations of immigrants. Like, fuck you. Shut this down.
I feel pretty plugged into like left-wing politics. I'm not seeing anybody insisting that like fraud be tolerated. I've never.
Oh no, it's not fraud. It's just a frantic defense of Somalis because a lot of these far left people see everything through the lens of race, and so they see brown people, and they go, they must be the victims, even though they're the perpetrators in this instance, and so they have a frantic desire to be.
But I'm not.
Oh no, you're not. You're not like that. Of course. No. I'm not saying you.
No. I'm saying I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing people say like, "Oh, leave the Somalis alone."
Oh, I've seen a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah, from people on the far left. Not like you're more neoliberal, I guess. But they're
I don't know.
I ascribe.
I worry that it's just I never believe anything on fucking Twitter. It's 60% bots. You know, like where are the locations, the real hidden locations of these comments that you're seeing it from? It's designed to stoke division. Reddit is not defending Somalia. I'm on Reddit a bunch, and they're definitely not pro fraud, pro Somali, or any of that shit.
I mean, it's a bit like it gets a bit iffy when you look at the fact that Donald Trump has pardoned multiple people of like significant fraud. Like literally 3 weeks ago, Donald Trump pardoned somebody who had done a Ponzi scheme after his wife went to a donor dinner and paid $100,000 for a ticket to go to a donor dinner. And
inexcusable. That's bad. Kyle and I are not Trump sycophants. Like he does horrible things all the time. And if anything, the biggest problem to me with Venezuela and all that intervention is that it's not like we're not focusing domestically. Like we focus domestically. Outroot, like get rid of this fraud, force voter ID, actual mass deportations, not deporting 300,000 people every year. Get fucked. That's ridiculous. You won't even remove 10% of the people that the Biden administration brought in illegally at this rate. Like, stop it. Like, it's been inept for the most part. And that is my criticism. He's not doing the things.
Trump only cares about fraud if Democrats are responsible.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. He definitely, because also this fraud is being discovered in Texas as well in huge numbers, but it's a different form of fraud. So it's this thing where Indians come here and they get what's called an SBA 7 or an SBA 8 loan. That's a government backed loan that gives them $5 million to buy a business. And they buy a franchise of McDonald's or something for $5 million. The previous person's like, this is great. This is all government backed, so it doesn't matter. 5-year, no interest. And they buy that. And then they say, we can't find employees. We need more Indians. That's why like the McDonald's near me got bought by an Indian guy with an SBA 7 or SBA 8 loan, I'm sure. And then now every employee there is Indian. We severely underestimate the nepotism of Indian people, and that's a problem right now. With Woody, you know this. Like they're not looking for the best people in tech. If an Indian guy gets made hiring manager, he's looking for other Indians. He's expanding H-1B to try and get them, and that's really fucking bad for Americans. And even fucking Elon Musk defends this horse shit because he's in tech.
It's anecdotal experience, but it seems like everyone but Americans tend to like create their own cliques. Like I'll do it this way. In sports, Brazilians root for Brazilians. Americans root for their favorite fighter. Might be Brazilian, might be American. Lots of guys were rooting for Silva over Chael Sonnen. It was like 50-50 in America, but it was 100-0 in Brazil. And you take that same mindset and apply it to like my experience at Cisco. Indians were kind of a pro-Indian clique, and Americans were kind of a pro-fairness, talent level clique. And it created what sometimes felt like an uneven playing field.
Sure. White people really underestimate the intensity of ethnocentrism from populations we import and other groups. Because
I think there's a lot of white people that are super familiar with ethnocentrism, but like,
yeah, Hutch is right. There are white people who definitely are pro-white people, right?
Doesn't it? I mean, America's literal superpower is our ability to attract really intelligent people who have come here and innovated and
traditionally
significantly contributed.
Yeah, we want them. We don't want the entry level guys though, like squeezing out the market of our entry level guys. Like Taylor said, they should put that limit on that H-1B visa at $300,000. The bottom should be $300,000 income jobs, because anybody who's in India who's worth $300,000 to a company in America, I want here. That's a fucking go-getter. I bet he's doing 3 people's job at least. Get him over here. He's either the greatest manager motivator, or he's an innovator, or he's just a demon on the keys. Like,
can I lay that out for Hutch? So you may not have heard this. Taylor said something that I thought was genius. He says H-1B employees should be invited here, but their minimum salary should be $300,000. Because the reality of H-1B, something I'm pretty familiar with because I worked in tech for so long, is that they bring over tons of people and they have them at lower wages. H-1B is a visa that's tied to your employment. So you can't change jobs. If you change jobs, you get deported. You might know this, but I'm talking to the listeners too.
Okay.
And so if you change jobs, you get deported. That severely impacts your ability to, say, negotiate a raise. So even if you're not an H-1B employee, you're competing with those that are, and it suppresses wages across the field. Taylor's idea, make them, if H-1Bs are supposed to be filling this talent gap we don't have here, they're supposed to be the best and the brightest, these exceptional people, make it so they all have to earn $300,000. Then if you're paying them $300,000, they truly are curing cancer, tech geniuses, advancing the state of AI. They're the go-getters. They're the guys who bang the prom queen. Bring them over. We want them here. What we don't want here is everyone who would otherwise answer the phones for my internet's out kind of problems, displacing American workers.
Should I be more concerned about Indian H-1B visa holders or AI getting rid of these entry-level jobs? Because
H-1B.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think AI is going to be able to program. Like someone's always going to have to check its work. You know, like someone's always going to have to be there checking. They haven't gotten AI to do that. I see it doing. I see it like filing court briefs and just making up precedents and stuff. Until they iron that out, you can't trust it to do like en masse the things that the
H-1B.
Did you see that ChatGPT?
Sure. I mean, the future may like cripple every world economy and essentially make us have to have a universal basic income. That's a potential future of AI.
That argument felt like whataboutism. I don't mean to be a dick, but like, but what about AI?
No. I'm just saying, like, what should I be more concerned about?
Hutch.
You should be infinitely more concerned about H-1B. Way more, because they are defrauding our immigration system to bring as many people from India as they can here, because they are, as we said, super ethnocentric. White people in America don't understand the level of ethnocentrism that like Indians have. Like they want more Indians in their place of work. And what that does is it depresses wages for Americans.
Tell them about the hotels, Taylor. Tell them what the Patels did to the American hotel system.
They have ruined it.
Just the Patel family owns like 70% of the motels in this country. Yeah. Because they're so incestuous with their business practices. How they make the pay for their maids and the people that work there like as shitty as possible, conditions as shitty as possible, hire no one, import people with their H-1Bs, have them work in that motel until they can get another motel, and then the cousin's going to run that one. And the Patel family rinsed and repeated that until they owned the American motel conglomerates. They own like 70%
I had never heard of this before.
Motels.
But the first, as a guy who stayed in what I am sure is more $65 a night hotels than three of you combined, I'm like, yeah, this rings so heckin' true. Like, absolutely. I've stayed in a lot of Patel hotels, I'm sure, or motels. I like them because you can park your motorcycle right outside the door.
If people come into the country through legal means and they respect our liberal democracy and pay their taxes and they don't commit crime, why am I meant to care about like what
gotta assimilate? Assimilation means not feeling like if a bunch of Indians or a bunch of Somalis or people come here in a block, a huge amount, they're not going to assimilate. They're not going to see themselves as American. They're going to see themselves as Somali Americans. Well, I think like I mean, like you can look at it like American Hispanics have La Raza protests. The race is what La Raza means. They say that is an ethnocentric race protest. Like these groups are very racially aware, and in order for us to assimilate them correctly, we need to bring just super high skill, like Woody and I have said. And they need to be made to assimilate. And part of assimilation means if you move here and you're Indian and you're high skill, you don't just hire Indians.
Have to marry a white person.
You have you have to marry a white lady. You must.
Would that solve the whole thing? Actually, we would have so many more applicants. Yes, sign me up.
I love Bob's and Virgin.
Have you ever seen a white woman just try to exist in India?
Sorry,
are you principally opposed to like St. Patrick's Day?
No.
Yes, I am.
But what's the
get the fuck out of here with that?
But what's the difference between like something like St. Patrick's Day and somebody saying La Raza?
I think that's a ludicrous comparison, but
the fair comparison is Cinco de Mayo and St. Patrick's Day, first of all, because the St. Patrick's guys are drinking green beer and dressing up like leprechauns and hanging up hijinks, and the brown people are screaming our race, like and burning cars, and usually wearing a mask. That's kind of scary to me.
It's very different, but also like no, I don't think we are. I think we
are.
I don't think so.
You've never seen a St. Patrick's Day parade. People intimidate a brown person.
People make intense efforts to get to the United States because they fucking love America. I mean, like
no, they don't.
A lot of them come here because they want economic benefit. It's not because they love.
I don't think they come here because of our welfare system. I think they come here because of our opportunity. And I think the Patel thing is an example of that. Like they're not on a welfare system. It's an opportunity based thing. And also the assimilation, I give them a pass because I think it's their kids who get assimilated. If I went to France, I'd probably be American till I died, but my kids would be French. Well, this is pretending I was younger. And that's like kind of how I see it. I have a friend, he's pretty Chinese. He calls himself a banana because he's yellow on the outside, but he's white on the inside. I guess that's a thing that Asians say.
You say that? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So to me, it's like, so these Somalians who came here in the last 15 years seem really Somalian right now. Sure, I get that. But I bet their kids have an accent that's indistinguishable from everyone else at school.
Well, Somalia is a totally different story. I don't think any number of Somalians benefits America. Yeah, the average IQ of Somalia is like 68. It's crazy. Like we don't need Somalis here. They're not productive. They're taking much more than they provide.
I want those people.
I don't know that we can generalize like that.
What percentage of Somalis can read, Hutch?
I bet the percentage of Somalian Americans that can read is close to 100. And I think it's important to remember that
genital mutilation on Earth.
When people immigrate here, it's like the self-selecting cream of the crop. It's the ambitious people who uproot everything about themselves, chasing opportunity. So in general, the people that immigrant are often the better ones.
I disagree with that. I agree with the ideal perspective you have. I have the same belief that if we're going to bring immigrants in, it better be a fucking genius. Like it better be someone fantastic.
If we're going to, I was coughing. If we're going to bring what?
If we're going to bring immigrants in, they need to be fantastic. They need to be $300,000 a year people. What harms us is when we bring in entire ethnic enclaves and put them in somewhere localized like Minneapolis of a bunch of Somalis. And then now, what's the incentive to become American when all of your neighbors are still Somali? Like there's no incentive. And these people also disproportionately take huge amounts from the government. And so it's just fiscally not good for our country, like to import dependent populations. We want the winners. We want the elite. We want the tippity top. I don't care if they come from India or China or wherever. We want the tippity top. We don't want dependent people.
Pitch to Hutch. I've had this idea, and my politics are closer to yours than to Taylor's, but I've often thought that countries like America are strong when they're more like homogeneous, right? I'd rather have a melting pot than a salad is an argument that I've heard made. And when people come in and create Chinatown or Little Italy or whatever it is, and they don't, sort of blend into the rest of the country, then I feel like we have a country that has the potential to get divided. And, I take Iraq, right, where they had like 3 different religions and they kind of considered themselves different than the other people in that country. It makes them more prone to a civil war. Take Yugoslavia, right? Sure. I don't know what makes a Croatian so different than a Serbian, but they see themselves as different and it makes it more prone to a civil war. Whereas if we have a real melting pot, right, and I'm more than happy to take a Somalian in and melt them into the rest of America. But that doesn't happen when you create Chinatown. How would you feel if immigration policy considered density when people were choosing which part of America they moved to?
Can you ask that question again? Sorry, what do you exactly
so by
asking
density, what I was trying to say is, like, let's say an Indian wanted to move to a place where there's Little India, and they're like, no, Little India is full. We need to put this Indian in Minnesota,
Nebraska.
where there's not so many of them. Nebraska, right? So you need to go to Nebraska because we want to make sure that we have a melting pot, and we can't put you in Little India. Do you like this idea, or tell me what's wrong with it?
I mean, my experience, I've lived in Los Angeles for a good chunk of my life, and obviously this is very, very ethnically diverse. But I mean, California is wildly diverse, and we're the fourth largest economy in the world. I mean, that we've become this incredibly multi-ethnic country, and look at us. We are the richest, most prosperous, most powerful country in the history of nations. So like, it just doesn't bother me. Like,
all that's true.
Like, none of that.
All that's true. And I bow down to the California supremacy. I've looked at the figures and it's mind blowing. My only question would be, and I don't know the answer to it. If you took Silicon Valley out of the equation, where would California be then? Would they be a middling state, or was that just a cherry off the top of their global economic supremacy? Because they're like,
doesn't that make my point for me though?
Seventh largest economy on the planet.
Oh no, doesn't
that make my point for me though? Because I thought there were a ton of immigrants that are fueling Silicon Valley.
Sure,
that's true.
But I think the originators are a bunch of white guys in garages though, that happened to found it.
I think Silicon Valley has a significant immigrant working population.
Now it does.
So like, that feels like you're making my point for me. I mean, like, I'm not seeing the downside.
There will be a
more
downside
about like
because
the economy of California.
They will
before Silicon Valley. I think they were a huge defense contracting state, and I'm not positive I'm right on this, but I always thought that when the Cold War ended and the California military contractors needed to pivot, Silicon Valley was created. Does that sound right to anyone else?
I think you're right. Yeah.
I don't know. I always just know, I know San Diego is that massive naval port that everything kind of flows through, and like training grounds and all sorts of stuff.
Are there a bunch of sharks in the water in California, or is that not a risk?
I don't think so. Are there?
What?
I don't know. Nobody swims in California beaches because the beaches are cold. They're super
the
cold,
water goes from north to south in California, so you need to wear a wetsuit.
Yeah.
I thought that cold is where sharks hung out.
You're right. There's sharks. Yeah.
Sharks hang out in the water.
Well, I know that.
Isn't Jaws in California the surfing location?
Was that in Santa Cruz or was that in Malibu? Maybe, I'm not sure.
I'm Googling it.
I don't know. Is that a great white area? That's not a great.
Sure.
There's whales. Yeah. We definitely have whales.
Great whites swim the entire world. There's definitely been great white deaths off the coast of California.
My dumbass. That's in Hawaii. Sorry. What am I thinking of? What's the huge Mavericks is what I'm going for. This is going to be nothing.
I just want to say, I do think, Taylor, you underestimate how fucking patriotic, like, immigrants, the median immigrant is. Like, these people oftentimes are, especially when we're talking about Spanish-speaking countries. We were just talking about Venezuela, people fleeing Venezuela, people fleeing Cuba. By the time they get here, I mean, like, you have a huge Cuban population in Florida that are super pro-Trump.
I don't want to miss.
I'm super pro-Cuban.
If you're an immigrant and you're assimilating and you love America and if you're from Honduras and you move here and you love America and you enjoy the opportunity and you no longer see yourself as a Honduras American, you're just an American. You're not going to form a Honduras American group to try and get special ethnic privileges. Like, then you're just as American as anyone. Like, that's totally fine.
But we have like Italian American groups, and that doesn't really bother people, right?
I don't care for that.
Powerless retards, and I don't like that either. You shouldn't be Italian American. You should just be fucking American. Assimilate.
People wish they were white so bad.
Culture, become waspy, and then go to work and pay taxes.
In the Northeast, where I grew up, people identify as their like ethnicity so much more than they do in the rest of the country, as far as I can tell.
Like, do that here.
Yeah. Like, if you were growing up in New Jersey, I think you'd very much identify strongly with your Italian background. But I don't know. it always seemed like they were American first and Italian second, and that's all.
That's a fucking patriot right there. This is what I want. Only Arnold Schwarzenegger level imports. Okay, this guy was a millionaire when he came over here. He was already running multiple businesses, bodybuilding, selling some workout equipment, invested in real estate. Look at that. You think he's not proud to be an American?
That's proud to be an American.
Suit. You can't just buy that. It's in his size.
That used to have sleeves on it, but he was too jacked.
You can't have a shrinking population either. We need to bring the right amount of people. But I kind of feel like we could be recruiting like a sports team and trying to get what America needs, whatever that is.
It should be. We should be recruiting like a sports team where it's like there's an elite genius in Syria. Bring them.
Why would they want to come to
so many geniuses?
Like,
I mean,
here's the problem, though. Here's the problem with America that we're ignoring. America is only a huge step up in freedom and liberty and wealth if you're pretty poor. Those geniuses and go-getters you're talking about can live anywhere in Europe they want, places with longer life expectancies, higher rates of happiness, like however you measure that, in every way, superior countries to ours, except for military power and economic power. But you could live a wonderful life in the south of France if you're one of these genius go-getters. Why go to New Jersey? Why?
Because we'll incentivize actual.
That's where the pharmaceutical R&D happens.
Some things money can't buy, especially when you're one of those genius go-getters that you want so bad.
We want the genius go-getters, but the United States.
You think Shohei Ohtani was going to play for a team that wasn't on the West Coast?
The U.S. current immigration policy incentivizes net takers to come here. That's a huge negative. We don't want that. We want net makers.
I'm not sure what numbers you're looking at, but like the Cato Institute has looked into this many times, for example, and they came to the conclusion that the immigrant population is a massive boon to the economy, not a net negative. They also measured patriotism levels, and they said that they have. I'm just reading what I'm reading here.
I know, that's just funny.
Patriotism levels similar to native-born Americans or even higher. Additionally, immigrants and their descendants exhibit more trust in American government institution than native-born Americans. However, there's a notable gap in patriotic attachment and civic knowledge between native-born citizens and immigrant citizens. So there's some nuance here. But
they take a tremendous amount from California and from federal assistance agencies in the form of housing vouchers, schooling, healthcare. Like it's a net negative. If some poor family from Honduras moves here and they're dependent on us, that's not the kind of immigration I want.
I don't know how
if there's a genius in Honduras who can help our military in some way, I want him plucked out and brought here.
You have an argument when you talk about like some wage depression at some income levels in some sectors, but every credible study that I've ever seen on the impact on the economy shows that immigrants are a net boon to the economy by far.
I disagree. They're a net boon for giant business and business oligarchs because they drive down the cost of labor.
Yeah, they're great for the stock market.
These are people that participate in their local economies. They spend money at local mom and pop shops. They prop up their local economies. They spend money. They're more prosperous than other countries here. So
then I want those people.
They pay taxes.
I want those people. My only concern with this immigration,
your entire economy in California is buoyed by like 6 companies. If those all decide to move to Minnesota or Montana tomorrow, you guys are in tough shit.
They'd find they don't have the workforce.
They'd bring them. They don't give a fuck. They just import them.
I guess I don't understand the argument.
Yeah, no, I was
saying that, like,
my Cisco experience. Like they try their hardest to get less. California employees earn more. They try their hardest to put satellites in other places. I worked at one, and the Californians just don't move. They like it where they are.
We saw some net moving during the COVID stuff, but then that reversed. Like we had population decline, I think, for 2 or 3 years, and now we're back in the.
I think it was a bridge too far for a lot of people. Like how restrictive things were.
Well, the difference is California's population is buoyed by immigration, and so like all those people, those Americans leaving, it's not like they came back. They don't come back. That they were replaced by more people from south.
Well, immigrants are Americans, right?
If they're like real deal Americans, yeah. If you're like some scumbag,
kind of an American are you?
If you're like some dude, if you got naturalized and you're like a first generation immigrant and you're ripping off our welfare programs like in Minnesota, fuck you. Denaturalize and get rid of that person. That's absurd. You show up in a country that was willing to accept you and to let you live here, and then you defraud us. Go fuck yourself.
I agree with you, but that was 85 people, right? Am I crazy? Am I way off? I don't know Minnesota? How 85 people could be 10 billion. It has to be
it's way more than 85 people. It's a huge, huge
2 billion.
There were more than 85. Number. There were more than 85 daycares that got investigated with this.
Yeah, I must be wrong.
I think we're on the same page with that fraud. And look, I want people to come here. I prefer if it's go-getters, but if it's just a guy who will work hard and naturalize and be patriotic, I want him too. We got plenty of fucking room here. We're incredibly rich. I just don't like key sectors of our economy being replaced and ruined by vast swaths of like copy-paste worker bees from the dregs of the planet. That's what I want to avoid. As far as those little scary ass communities where there was a group of Arabs who moved in like to my neck of the woods back in the country, and they immediately formed a compound that was like set way back into some property, and they were always back there shooting guns off. So we all thought the worst, you know, like they didn't introduce themselves like, "Hi, I'm Samir. I love the target shoot. I was on the Olympic team back in Lebanon.
I am so happy to be in America."
They had their ladies wrapped up pretty tight, you know, looked like you were moving some furniture around, and they were always over there shooting guns off, and it was a little sketchy and scary. So I think I would prefer if you assimilate, like.
Well, I think I would buy into. I would be more sympathetic to this if you demonstrated that like immigrants are more likely to commit fraud or more likely to commit crime. But every reputable study that we have on this shows the opposite. They are committing less crime than native-born Americans. So
yeah, I'm fine with that. It's the illegal immigrants. It's the people who have like invaded that I'm worried about, because
the native-born Americans
don't matter.
Wait, but which group? Which group is driving up the crime stats and making that possible? What's going on?
Wait, hold on. What do you say? That sounded like
pretty sure this is about black people.
You know exactly what I'm saying.
Regardless,
I can't address it.
Well, wait, hold on. Do you understand what I'm saying though? Like if you could demonstrate that immigrants were here committing fraud at higher rates than native-born Americans, then sure, we could talk about that. But have you seen data that I haven't seen?
We're watching $10 billion of fraud happen in Minnesota alone.
That's like one thing. I'm talking about broad
I think
trends.
The important thing with the crime committed by immigrants is whether they are invaders or immigrants, because we just call anybody who's here that wasn't from here an immigrant, apparently. Sure. If you crossed over illegally, then I don't care at what rate you commit crime, because if you commit crimes at a rate of 0.1%, that's one crime too fucking many for someone who's not supposed to be here in the first place. So I don't care at what rate people who illegally come into the country commit crimes, because any rate is too many. Any rate is avoidable. They've already committed a crime. They're here illegally. They should be removed. So committing crimes at any rate is no good. They committed a crime as soon as they got here, and that's the position of the federal government anyway, that their very passage into this country was their first crime that they are wanted for and detainable for. And so any subsequent crimes are just extras on top that shouldn't even happen. So I don't care what rate they commit crimes. But people who come here immigrate, I believe that people who immigrate here legally are not very likely to commit crimes, because it's so goddamn hard to come here illegally. Sure. That's a man who knows how to do paperwork. All right. He's going to love the DMV. Oh, so simple and straightforward.
That guy's grinding. He's filling out a bunch of horse shit. And then on the next page, he's like, "I swear to God, I just said all of this. Fuck. I have to write it again." Because that's how paperwork is.
That's the doctor's office for me.
Yeah. And so I don't think any of us here, Hutch, hate immigrants. We just want, or I just want them to
My grandpa was an immigrant. He stowed away on a boat.
They need to become American. You can't if you're going to be an American, you got to be a fucking American. You can't like have loyalty to a previous country. You can't have this shit. Like, no, you're here now. You got to own it.
I
always place myself in that position though. Like if you went to France, wouldn't you still like identify as American a little bit? And It would just, it wouldn't be until your kids grew up.
That kind of is the issue, isn't it? Is there is an inherent and an intrinsic
you
loyalty.
Can still be a net
home.
positive to France, even though you're like, yeah, you know, I'm French now, but I still have some American values I started with, and then your kids go to the French school system and they integrate more fully, and that to me is
fine with it as long as they're not passing state secrets. You're going to have the second generation will have only stories of the homeland, and the third generation won't even hear about it.
Yeah,
and they'll stop eating with their hands eventually because that's filthy.
Dude,
you fucking barbarian.
Eating with your hands is fine, but that's for like sandwiches and chicken and things.
Nachos.
When you put your fingers in your mouth too, and then you like put it back in the communal bowl, that is part of becoming an American. We don't do that.
Put it back in a communal bowl. Is that a thing?
Dude, in all of Africa, yes, yeah, they grab this like weird paste that's made of carbohydrates and they make it into a ball.
Is it taro?
I don't know. I think taro is South American, but they dip it in like a sauce paste, and then they put it all in their mouth, and then they suck their fingers off. But then they go back to the place where everybody was grabbing from.
And
have you guys tried
my
Ethiopian
observation has
food?
been no communal bowls. They do a lot of what Taylor said, but not with communal bowls. They all have their own little dipping stations.
Have you guys tried Ethiopian food, by the way? Because it's fucking incredible.
Is that where they like just bring you a big piece of parchment paper and it's a bunch of things that look like baby shit?
It's not. It's not paper. It's a bed of It's like it tastes like
you went to an Ethiopian restaurant.
bread. It tastes like sourdough bread, but the texture is almost like a sponge. And you take off portions of it, and you pick up like really like heavily seasoned like chicken or beef or
that sounds good.
Lamb.
Is it meat heavy or is it vegetable heavy?
Lot of meat, and it's like really kind of acidic. But it's the trademark is the signature. Is this it right here? Yeah, that little foundation of bread, that the spongy bread is fucking incredible.
Interesting.
My mouth is like
I'm not caring
right
for the puddles of food that I'm seeing.
You get a little messy. You get a little messy, but it's not a
Is this
communal
before
situation.
they cook it?
Can I roll this thing up and start eating it like a burrito? Will they frown on that?
I mean,
no, this is
America. Do what you want to do. You know,
it's like a tablecloth. I don't
your
think
own
you
food.
can
Crazy.
I ate Indian food surrounded by a bunch of Indians, and I did it wrong. And every one of them didn't care. They just thought it was an interesting little case study on how someone who didn't know how naan and goop was normally eaten. They're like, oh, so you made a taco out of it.
Because it ain't that hard. What'd you do?
I made a taco. Like I put the stuff in, I rolled it up, and I made a taco. I didn't know what I was doing. And they were all like, they were completely
made a butter chicken taco?
Basically, yeah, with naan bread. I didn't know what I was doing. And
that's hilarious.
I found that one thing I really liked about my Indian coworkers was they were like completely accepting. Every one of them, a lot of them had names that were hard for me. So they all just grabbed American. What's your name? My name is Mark. Mark. Sure. Your name is Mark. And they're like, yeah, it's really some 9-syllable like consonant combination I'm not accustomed to. Patabi. I went by Pat. He didn't give a fuck. Like they all just adopted American names that they were cool with, or they were easy in the first place, like a rule.
I appreciate that too. That's been my experience with the guys too.
That's part of assimilating.
I work with Somalians. It was two brothers, and their names were Muhammad and Moses. They both went by Mo. They could have easily been. It's like, hey, tell Mo to get over here. His customers in. Big Mo or Little Mo? Fucking Big Mo.
And in America, if you call someone by the wrong name, it's kind of an insult, even if you don't mean it. Like it's like, oh, this guy doesn't know my name. Like he doesn't like see me. Indians, not in the slightest. You call them by the wrong name, they're like, yeah, just not even correcting.
Meeting almost over because I saw a loose live wire outside. That is really tempting me. I must touch it. And
God,
afterward, there is a train at 2:15, and I must stand kind of in front of it and get fogged.
Dude, have you ever seen a white woman just attempt to exist in India?
Oh, they get groped so fucking hard. Dude, these like live, laugh, love retards are like, I'm going to go to fucking India and see how it is. And it's a bunch of guys being like, I want your pussy and I will take it.
I don't know if it's still true, but Indian men are so sex starved. A lot of women try to preserve, at least they used to, try to preserve their virginity until marriage. And my coworkers, like, dude, 2 of them took up art classes because there were nude models and they just get to see naked women and draw pictures of them and shit. God. They were starved of affection.
The smiley faces with big circle titties.
If I were... Dude, I wouldn't even imagine that outcome if I were doing a bit about it. That you'd be like, yes, I go to and I look at the pretty girls and that they are naked and I see her tits. I don't even draw. I just jack off. I give myself an over the pants hand job in the.
That's one thing that we do have going for us. I'm sure female liberation is global, but all of the immigrants that I work with were all having this little bit of culture shock with like how the women were here. Like my Nigerian friend, who's like a big, handsome guy. He's like, oh, I get so much cuckoo, Kyle. So much cuckoo. More cuckoo than I can handle. Like, that's awesome. Man. So he's like, I like to get the pillow. And I'm like, he's going to explain this whole thing. He's like talking about wrapping the pillow around her hips so he can use a pillow as like a device to pull her back into him. And then my Russian friend, my Ukrainian friend rather, he had the opposite take. He thought pussy was way too hard to get here. It's like, in Russia, you take the pussy. It is already yours. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it's just me and him in a car, like going to pick up another car from a sister dealership, and he's just, so sorry for you American guys. So hard to get the pussy. In Russia, you take the pussy. It is already yours. And I'm like, fucking sounds great, man. It's this one bitch. We fucking her, and she said, oh, Sergey, so good. It's not me fucking her. Dimitri fuck her now. And I'm just like 19-year-old me, like, fuck, dude. What? We get to that Honda dealership soon.
Sergey must be like John or Adam over there.
The 2 Russians were Sergey and Dmitry. That was their fucking names. Again, one of them was Sergey was Ukrainian, and Dmitry was Russian.
Or Vladimir. Vladimir's got to be up there.
Yeah, I had an Indian coworker. This guy was really attractive. He was tall. He was like 6'4", and he was good looking. But more than that, like, he was just stylish. I don't know. Everything about him was like club ready, even at business casual. And I don't think he was boning girls. I think he was just dancing with them, and it was the greatest thing. He's like, you go out to these clubs, everyone's rubbing against each other, and he was just absolutely digging dance club life.
Well, we can let those guys in as long as they assimilate. And I think, Hutch, you mentioned Nigeria. That seems like a country that, or maybe Kyle did.
I said Ethiopia, I think, for food.
Ethiopia food is rough, dude. But the Nigeria model, I don't see huge enclaves of Nigerians anywhere. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misinformed. It seems like that's a country where we do a good job of like plucking. Being like, this guy's fucking good.
I don't know.
Get him. Like, don't let the wave in. Just grab the good guy.
I don't know shit about Nigeria. I know that there are.
I know they're killing those Christians.
Nigerian enclaves. Yeah. I do have to feed my pets and my woman here pretty soon. Otherwise, she's going to get peckish and nip at me. But if you guys still watch movies, what are your top 3 movies for 2025?
I have to look at a list of movies that came out last year.
I don't feel like I watched movies this year. I watched Pluribus and I was disappointed. Did you see it?
I loved it, but like, it's a little slow, but I loved it. I just thought her performance hard carried that show. Like, I just thought she was so brilliant in that role.
I can't think of an actor that didn't do a great job. And I want to love it. It's like I was somehow excited every week that a new episode came out and then disappointed. And then my goldfish memory would have me looking forward to it next week.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way they ended it was like maybe a little underwhelming, Like, I feel like maybe they could have done something else to set up like a little bit more of a cliffhanger. Because I felt like that was kind of predictable where that was going. But
it was 9 episodes with 3 episodes worth of like plot advancement.
Yeah, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. It's a little slow. But
I liked Weapons. A lot.
Oh, I like that. That was good.
That was great. Yeah.
Is that a movie?
The only movie in 2025 I saw.
I thought Superman was pretty good. Like I wasn't like pissing my pants or anything, but I was like, this is a good fucking movie.
It was fun.
I know a lot of people are going to say Sinners, but it really didn't do it for me. I wish there'd been more music. I felt like that was its strong suit.
Musical. It's pretty musical.
They needed like a whole nother like musical scene because Michael B. Jordan playing twins didn't do it for me. Like maybe I just didn't like his gold teeth or something. Like it didn't seem a little wooden. So it's hard to play twins, and I didn't think he pulled it off super well. I did like the vampires. I like that one Irish vampire singing the songs.
Great,
I liked it. I could just use more music out of it. But it was okay. It was just okay for me. I didn't love it.
Oh, did you see I think it was 2025. Let's Start a Cult.
No, what is that?
That comedy?
No. What is that?
Yeah, it's basically about a guy who's a part of a cult. It's a comedy movie, and he is so unlikable amongst his cult members that they send him on like little missions where they're like, hey, go grab us a bunch of ice cream for later tonight when they're meeting. And at one point they all do their ritualistic suicide, but they don't like him so much they send him away for it.
Oh, okay.
And so then he comes back and everyone's dead. And he's like, what the fuck? Like, I wasn't even included in the suicide. I won't even get to the planet of Xenu with the rest of you. Like that sort of shit. And then it's him kind of traversing the rest of the planet. It's a funny movie. I liked it. And I don't watch a lot of movies. But
none of you guys are Avatar fans?
I didn't like the first one. I didn't. It didn't suck me in the first time I saw it, and that was in theaters in 2009 or whatever it was.
I've done like 20-minute long rants on this, so I'll cut it short. But basically, my issue with the Avatar movies, I love James Cameron. I love everything he does. I wish he incredible stuff. I've always been a fan of James Cameron and his movies. He's got the only movie in the top 5 grossing all time that's not a part of a franchise, and he has most of the others which are part of franchises with Avatar and
Terminator,
Aliens, and Aliens and all that shit. Anyway, I don't love the Avatar movies. I think they look fine, but I think the story is a little ridiculous. And mostly, I side with the humans when I watch it. I know that, like, I'm thinking, because to my eyes, they're there to get this unobtainium and to colonize this planet because things are shitty on Earth. And this isn't just about like America needing a little more oil, which I'm all for, by the way. This is kind of about furthering our species and like being a 2-world species. This place seems perfect. It's got these superconductors that apparently work at like room temperature. So we've got floating islands and stuff. It's got whales that make whale oil that extends human life almost indefinitely somehow. And unfortunately, we've got some 10-foot tall blue Indian people that I feel need to be exterminated to a man. I would make a biological weapon, and that would be my move. I'd be like, let's cook up something in the lab, get the nerds on it. I want smallpox for blue people cooked up as fast as we can, and then we need to be talking about drone-based dispersal methods. I want this planet reeking with the stuff. Like that would be we wouldn't even make contact with them. We're not even gonna chat.
We certainly wouldn't fly our helicopters low enough to be attacked by dragons.
Trump knows how to fly helicopters. If the team that went into Venezuela went to Pandora, I promise you one thing: we'd be up to our ears in that unobtainium and blue pussy for all. That's what I
think you underestimate the Na'vi. But you go to the you don't go to Avatar movies for the fucking story, bro. You go for the visual spectacle. Like
Agreed.
The third one is it is almost fucking comical. It is basically identical to the first and second film. Like there are probably
the same shit again.
I mean, literally, there are probably
it's just Smurfs again.
24 moments in the film that like beat for beat, like identical story beat.
They're doing the same thing for the Earth-based ones, the sky-based ones, the ocean-based ones. They're just
he wants
doing
to go to Earth. He wants to go to Earth if they let him make more Avatar movies. He wants to.
They're going to. How can they say no?
He was worried that this one wasn't going to make a lot of money, but it ended up making a shitload of money. So
let's see what it's at right now. But yeah, I didn't think it was a great year for movies. I watched a bunch of. I went back to the bench and watched a bunch of '80s stuff, a bunch of like Corman films, a bunch of violent slashers from the '80s and stuff, a bunch of '70s noir stuff, and like a lot of Gene Hackman stuff. After he died, I rewatched I'd never seen The Conversation before. I watched that. I'd never seen.
He was a legend. Fucking
Yeah.
Unforgiven, man. He was so goddamn good.
Yes. Oh, I could do that scene word for word. I love Unforgiven. He's like, I don't serve this.
That was
like
really,
this.
really, really disturbing the way he died too, because his wife was his caretaker and he had dementia, and apparently he was alive for like a week after she died and couldn't
horrible
take
way
care
to
of
go.
himself. It's horrowfing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I gotta go, boys. Thanks for having
On
me
that
on.
note, thank you for
that
coming.
note.
We always enjoy you.
Yeah, enjoy the chat, guys. Glad to see you guys are doing well. There's something comforting about like wherever you're at, you know, PK is still going to be doing their thing like 17 years. Has it been 17 years, by the way, or is it 16 years?
I wouldn't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
You guys started, I think, in 2010.
We
You guys
copied
literally have to be one of the longest running podcasts that exists in the world.
Joe
You realize
Bring
that,
Rogan.
back fucking. What was your podcast called?
Host Migration, I think it was.
Bring back Post Migration. You'll take the record.
No, I do
Reunion
a
episode.
political podcast now. That's the thing I invited you to come on to. So I do a podcast
Oh,
with
I didn't understand
four other
that.
guys, or four other guys. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Who were the other guys?
You probably wouldn't know them. Their names are like Soy Pill, Pisco, and I'm Really Important are the other.
I'm
it's three
really
other guys,
important. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
he's the guy that was in the fucking music video for Pretty Fly for a White Guy. Do you guys remember that music video? he does like TikTok debates with conservatives and covers politics. And sometimes he'll go to like the occasional Offspring concert and show up on stage in front of thousands of people. It's the craziest story. It's so random.
That's terrific.
Yeah.
I'm watching the music video right now. It's so funny.
That's the guy. Yeah, his name is IRI. All right, guys, I gotta go. Cheers.
See ya.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
I think if you got into the smoking, I think you could. It's so fun. Those pork tenderloins I'm making are so delicious. I'm eating them, and I cook pretty good food usually, but I'm like, oh, I'm looking at my girlfriend. I'm like, you're not enthusiastic enough about this. You need to perk up. She's like, oh yeah, yeah. I'm like, that's more like it. It's more like it.
That's my wife in bed. Can you fake enjoyment, bitch?
Yeah, I'm so glad she got me that thing. That's definitely the best Christmas gift I've gotten since I was a kid.
I don't know why I don't enjoy cooking or ever got into it, because I feel like a lot of other things I've been into have the same sort of reward system, you know, like, oh yeah, spend some time woodworking, right? It's just sort of making something with your hands, and at the end you sort of get the prize of it, etc. Cooking is that on a shorter time scale, but for some reason it never connected with me, not yet anyway.
I didn't really start until I was like living all on my own, maybe at like 27 or something. I know whenever I was on probation, I think what I was just wanting to eat the most delicious things I could concoct, because I thought I was imminently going away for 5 years or something. And so I was like, well, I could either spend $3,000 a week at nice restaurants, or I could go to the fish market and get swordfish and try it for myself. And I got really into it after a while, just watching the YouTube content and finding some chefs online that I enjoyed, that were not just good information, but also like I like their personalities, and I'm like rooting for them in life and stuff like that. The barbecue YouTubers are the most obese YouTubers that exist. They got gamers by
That's
a
how you know they're
landslide. They got dude. It's called like the Pit Boys or something like that. And this guy comes on, and his face looks like a giant overinflated marshmallow. He looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Total Recall when he went into the Martian atmosphere, and he's like, welcome back to the Pit Boys, and I'm Big Mike. Today we're making whips, and I'm gonna tell you one thing: we ain't trimming the fat. And then the intro plays. It's like, it's always the most
They're fat
fattening,
because they're
awful for you
feasting.
shit.
Like they're positively feasting all the time because they're smoking all that shit.
They've made their obesity their job, and that can only end one way:
with more
Happiness.
obesity
Or death.
with death. Yeah,
Death after a lot of happiness. Eating whatever you want all the time. Brisket every day for your job. Can you imagine?
I don't think I've ever had good brisket. I don't think I've ever had it. I don't think I've ever had
You've never
brisket.
had brisket?
No, my mom would never
That's
cook
crazy.
something like
Is that a Midwest cut? Is that something we do here all the time and you guys don't?
My mom cooked what she knew, and that was like 15 things, and brisket wasn't one of them. So we didn't eat pork growing up. like at all. I'd never had a pork chop until I was a man grown.
What?
Yeah, she just didn't. Nobody in my family liked pork chops, so they weren't on the menu.
That's insane. Like, pork is not quite chicken, where you can like impart on chicken any
so I
available
never fell down to the pork
flavor
until recently with the smoker, and I've discovered that it is the most succulent sweet of all of the meats.
Pork
and I'm looking at what it costs to
underrated.
buy a whole slaughtered pig on the internet, and it's more affordable than you might think.
Wait, a whole pig?
A whole pig.
How much is that? Not money, like pounds, like amount of food.
I don't know. I know with a cow, it's like 1,400 or 1,500 pounds at like $6.50 a pound, roughly speaking, and you end up paying like several $1,000s for a whole cow. And
yeah,
that's a lot of meat. That's years worth
that's
of
your
meat.
that's your meat for the next 2 years.
Yeah. And I the same place that I was looking at for a cow a while back does pigs too. And they do the same thing. You do like half a pig or a whole pig, and you can kind of mix and match what you get. So if you want more sausage or 5 legs or whatever the fuck, extra ham hocks or lips or offal. Offal is a new vocabulary word for me. I picked that one up last week in a Warhammer book. There was offal all over the ground after the massacre. It's organ meats and viscera. I thought up until then I thought they were like awful with an accent.
What Woody, does Jackie ever go pork tenderloin mode? Do you guys ever do pork or not really?
I eat pork a lot. I don't know what kind of pork it is.
What's it shaped like?
Probably a chop.
It's a slab of pork. It's oval. So it's like a pork typically. Chop. Okay,
is
there's no bone.
Is it super lean?
No.
Okay.
No, I would say it's a little fatty sometimes.
Okay. Probably chops.
Fatter than we'd like.
Would be my guess. You got to get Jackie. You got to tell her, babe, I want to try some of this pork tenderloin.
I can ask her what
deliciousness.
Cut pork she feeds me.
It's definitely pork chops.
I would guess chops because if it were tenderloin, there wouldn't be pockets of fat. It's very, very lean.
Yeah, tenderloin is like the filet mignon of pigs, and except it costs $3 a pound.
Nothing.
It costs $3 a pound, and it's buy one get one free. So that's $1.50 each tenderloin, and each one is enough to feed me and my girlfriend, and then me another meal after that. I woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning, Taylor. I grabbed that tenderloin, put it in aluminum foil, a little apple juice, and some Heinz 57, threw it in the oven. And the juices that came out.
I love that.
Oh, it is loin.
Is that the good one, the cheap one?
Yeah.
What am I getting?
Yeah, she may need to remove the silver skin more carefully in the future. That's probably what you're getting a hold of.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a skin on pork tenderloins that you have to remove because it doesn't cook correctly, and it's like not fun to chew.
Yeah.
If you remove that and then cook.
That.
Fair.
I don't know. It's good.
But yeah, grew up with no pork in the house.
I choose to believe it's the other white meat and not fatty and bad for me.
Oh, no, if it's tenderloin, it's super lean. It's great for you. That's why it's such a great like juxtaposition to put the fattest part of the pig, wrap it around the leanest part, and then cook it slowly so it absorbs all that fatty, salty, beefy, porky deliciousness.
It's so good. I said it in our group chat, but you've really become a maestro very rapidly. Like you're very good at smoking. I can't wait to try the picture you sent me. You didn't post it here for the audience to see, but that pre-cooked tenderloin with the weave, very impressive. That looked professional. That looked like a
like before it was cooked and it was wrapped up.
Yeah, how you wrapped it up. It looked like a chef did that.
It's easier than it looks. I use like surgical gloves when I do stuff in the kitchen, so I don't mind the ickiness of like getting my fingers in all the little overlaps and stuff and getting it really tight. I didn't use any toothpicks either. I was able to like wrap it up and encase it entirely and weave it all back together. Yeah, that shit was it's literally one of the best things I've ever had. Like the only meals that I think are better than that was maybe like a veal cutlet from a authentic Italian restaurant, or like a top tier filet mignon that costs $50 or $60 or more than that now at some like Morton's or some nice restaurant or something. This is only like third to things like that. It's so juicy and flavorful and delicious.
I love it. Pork tenderloin is a cheat code for anyone out there. It's cheap as fuck. It's delicious. It's lean. It's good for you. High protein, low fat. Can't go wrong. Especially if you smoke it, apparently, because I wasn't as impressed with your cook where you sent the like pre until I saw the mid slices and I saw that slight bit of pink, which some people think that slight bit of pink in pork means it's not done. That is not true. Not true. You want that tiny bit of pink.
145 degrees exactly. So as soon as it reaches 145 degrees, you get it out of there and wrap it in aluminum foil for 12 or 15 minutes before you cut so the juices don't run out. But it's going to be a rosy pink color. That's perfect pork.
Yeah, pork rules. I've become more pro pork with all my smoking over the past couple of years.
Yeah, chicken's not nearly as good. Like I said, I've never done brisket. That's the next thing on my list. I think I'm done with tenderloins for a little while. They don't have the buy one get one free right now anyway. I think the next thing I'm going to get is a brisket. But
what's your recipe? What do you like? Are you doing like the 17-hour long smoke?
I haven't looked at the recipes. I've watched a couple videos and I've been on the like smoking subreddit to see those guys and their 16, 17-hour briskets and stuff. I mean, I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to doing
the serving size. People who make brisket make like 8 meals or something wild,
16
right?
pounds is what a full brisket is usually. So I'm going to get a flat brisket. I'm going to try to get a flat brisket, but they keep being sold out at my grocery store. And that's more like 2 or 3 pounds. It's like the smaller end of the brisket. I think the brisket goes from large to kind of the smaller end. And that's going to be like the perfect size for a couple of meals. But I'm not going to get a 16-pound brisket because it'd just go to waste. If I feasted for 3 days, there's no way I could put away 16 pounds of brisket.
What are you going to put on the flat brisket you're making? I
think just salt and pepper. Like after looking on the internet, I'm probably just going to do salt and pepper and let it ride. Everybody on the internet seems to be just fine with salt and pepper. And I've never had brisket before, so I'm going to have no bar to measure it by.
If it's the flat of the brisket you're doing, you're going to knock through that in 3 hours. Like it'll cook.
Oh, in cooking time?
For sure. Yeah.
Oh,
if it's just the flat.
Yeah, I don't know anything about doing beef in there.
A long time.
I've smoked cheese in there. I'm going to smoke a cobbler in there. I saw people talking about that. And I'm going to do a smoked blueberry cobbler. And I'm going to do smoked mac and cheese. I want to do this thing where you take like the really big pasta tubes and parboil them. And then you open them up and stuff them with pork and cheese and wrap them in bacon and smoke that. And you create these little delicious cigars.
Well, that sounds fantastic. That sounds delish.
Yeah, I told my girlfriend I'm like, you really got to show more enthusiasm for these meals. I'm over here eating these fondant potatoes, and I'm like, God damn, I've never had a potato this good. I've mastered the fondant potato. And she's just over there sort of picking at it. I'm like, if I took this to our neighbors, I tell you right fucking now, there'd be a Google location above this house that said Kyle's Fancy Bistro, and it'd be full of good Yelp reviews. You better fucking show some enthusiasm over there. God damn it. This took 5 hours. It took 5 hours.
I slaved / looked at my phone every 40 minutes to check the internal temp. Yeah.
So wait, do you have the phone app or not have the phone app? I'm getting mixed signals.
I have a digital thermometer readout that I use where I put a probe in the meat and then I have a physical little thing. I don't want to deal with connectivity issues of phones and Wi-Fi and Bluetooth that I've never seen a product that was 100% with that. So I just have like a standalone thing and it shows me the ambient temperature and the internal temperature. So as soon as it's done, I literally just take it off. There's recipes. Pardon?
Does it beep? It should beep.
You can make it beep, but I'm sitting there watching it intently as I like scroll the internet or watch TV or something. I'm usually starving by the time something's done smoking. So I'm pretty hard scoping it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should have asked Hutch what games he's been playing.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm still in my Arc Raiders thing. I might switch away soon. We'll see.
Arc Raiders must be huge because in my group chat with my buddies, like almost every night now they're like, who's arcing tonight? Like everyone's playing that game.
Yeah, I think your brother plays
Steam right now. I think on Steam, Counter-Strike and maybe Dota or something is bigger. League of Legends, I forget, and then Arc
Do you
Raiders.
want to play another shooter, or are you just?
I think
open
so.
to
I think I'm in a shooter arc, dude. I'm in the aim trainer 5 days a week at this point. I'm like, I'm doing my
what
best.
You got to do. It's
What's
Tarkov
that?
time. Tarkov 1.0, full release.
You know what?
I haven't played it, and I haven't talked to any. None of my boys are playing it, so I don't know this for sure. But just I'm imagining that now that it's 1.0 and it's on Steam, they got a huge influx of new players, and it's not as full of like crusty old bastards that are going to be evil to you. Like maybe Tarkov got nicer if not for a brief time. That to me is like the pinnacle of fucking shooters, though. Like if you don't want like the CS:GO rinse and repeat, let's play search and destroy shit. If you want like that kind of intensity, it's there.
I don't know. I might do CS:GO next. I don't like. Well, I haven't even played it. I just downloaded it, but I've like practiced and watched. It has these weird movement mechanics. You know how when you move, typically like a bloom will get bigger. It'll go somewhere in that bloom. In this game, it doesn't show the bloom, but it does have like tracer rounds, and your bullets just don't go where you aim them unless you counter strafe very effectively, which is like if you're going right and then you go left and you time it just right, there's a moment where you're not moving. And if you fire right on that moment, then your bullet goes right where you expect it to. And that's a big like skill ceiling type thing to work out. But I'm like, man, I'm not used to bullets not going where you aim them. That I don't know if I like that. But we'll see. I'll play it.
I've always been hesitant to even dip my foot into CS:GO. I mean, I've played a few hours, but it was clear that everybody else has been doing these same maps and this same gunplay in this system over and over forever. It would be like getting into Search and Destroy COD 4 when we were at the height of doing that. I played that shit 8 hours a day. I know, you know what I mean? Like I'm throwing grenades you can't imagine.
I've had that fear, but I also have. There's a couple people who are very, very good who would like to like be my Sherpa.
That's fair.
And that helps me get started.
Yeah. The people who are good at it are good at everything too. Like it seems like the people who came from that game, it was like having a wrestling base for MMA. It was just like this is going to help you in Gears of War. It's going to help you to escape from Tarkov. It's going to help you in Arc Raiders. This is a core skill. This clicking on heads thing. Right.
Like COD people, I find are pretty good at like tactics and setting up the gunfight to their advantage. I had another Fortnite people are really good at the movement, and but Counter-Strike people are good at aim, and that translates to every shooter. Yeah. I wonder if you wouldn't want to get into a more casual game like Sea of Thieves. I always love that so much, or even Rust. I always say on like a casual server where it's mostly building. Like there are servers where you can just dick around and role play and hunt animals, and there's always fun ways to have fun in Rust. I'm definitely going to be in an RTS mood when these next few Warhammer games come out.
Like that. Love to hear that.
Yeah,
we're gonna be playing some of that game together.
Yeah, I'm psyched for it. I hope it actually comes out.
RTS, but my penis is too big. I'm glad you guys like it.
Fits just fine.
RTS is a tough genre for dumbasses, and that's fair. Like you have to balance a lot of things. You have to be able to think about a bunch of things at the same time. Your economy, your manufacturing, your infinite production. Dude, I think I unintentionally trained myself to be good at every RTS or decent at most RTSs via the hotkeys I've learned for AoE over the past few years. Like I never would have imagined that I would be as quick on a lot of this stuff as I am, and that's because I don't do WASD. I do left ring finger on Q, and then W, and then D. So it's like 2 on the top, 1 on the bottom.
I've never played a MOBA game until recently. MOBA's like League of Legends and Dota 2 and stuff, and that game is also very complicated at a level I don't understand. But like, as you kill people, you get stronger, and then being stronger lets you kill more people, and it kind of snowballs into success. And there are like 3 lanes that you kind of have to watch, but you can abandon your lane, go to the store, buy some upgrades, get back in your lane, stuff like that. There's a MOBA shooter called Deadlock coming out. I played a couple, I don't know, I have like 6 hours in it. And it's supposed to be like the next big super game. Steam has made the most popular shooter of all time, CSGO. They made the second most popular MOBA game of all time, Dota 2, I think. And now they're making a shooter MOBA, and it has the marketing force and expertise of Steam behind it. It looks like a good, and I'm in this little invite group. It used to be hard to get an invite. It's not anymore. And I big play it before it comes out. I play this game, and I'm like, I did pretty well. Right. I clicked on heads all game long. I won. Like, I feel like I made a difference for my team. And I'm playing with my friend who's the one who's so good at every game. And he's like, Woody, don't let your performance get you down. Everyone starts somewhere. Like, do not hang your head low at what you just did in that game. Like, and I'm like, what? I thought I was kicking ass. And I look at the leaderboards, and I did not kick ass. It was a figment of my imagination. And he's like, even I took a while to get the hang of this game. And he has a really high elo, but he says that he's not a really smart player. He just mechanically really good because he's the CSGO genius who's first place in aim trainer right now. Is fucking ridiculous. He never liked aim trainers, always hated it. Then I got into it, and he's like, well, I guess I'll check it out. And now he just sends me leaderboard screenshots all the time. 1, 3, like just outrageous. I'm like, that's so crazy. Your rank is 1. Does this make me 300 times better than you? Because my rank's way higher. Anyway, so after we play rounds of this new game, he tells me not to get discouraged, and I was the opposite of that. I don't know. I guess
that would be so shitty. You feel like you're banging on all cylinders, and then someone's like, "Don't worry about it. We all have a tough time." And it's like, "Oh, that was my absolute available best." Like, give me a break.
I did great. Yeah. But
is it the shooter I'm looking at? It's called Deadlock?
Deadlock, yeah. So it's a shooter, but it's a MOBA shooter. So there's sort of 3 lanes, and you have to push. It looks a little like Marvel Rivals, like in terms of style.
I'm seeing that.
And it's tremendously complex. There are these builds you do to sort of enhance your character, and as you get kills, you earn money, which lets you upgrade your character, and it just sort of steamrolls into more success. And I'm not even qualified to explain it, really.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm watching it. I've seen similar games.
There are like the 40 heroes. Like so when you start the game, you choose 3 heroes, and you but if you're like, I want to be this hero, it's super important to me, you might take my favorite hero. So you have to be good at least 3 characters, and I'm not that.
This guy's fucking good.
I don't know. Let me see.
It's that video I linked. I'm just like, I don't even know really what I'm looking at, but I noticed every time he clicks on something, it dies, and he seems to be mostly shooting people in the face. And then he got trouble.
I thought I was doing
so well. I don't know. That looks kind of fun. That looks definitely. I definitely see where that's
is complicated. You can slide, you can double jump, and you can dash, but like what you do by chaining that stuff together into like double jumping, dashing midair into a slide on
the maybe too. Like
dashing. And there's a stamina mechanic in the game, so you can't just spam the stuff. But so we'll like travel, and suddenly I arrive there like 6 seconds after he did, and I'm like, "What did you do?" I held W the whole time. What the fuck were you doing with your crazy mechanic, sliding, dashing, jumping, whatever? But
I'm glad that there are games really like that had. I was worried at a time like 10 years ago or something like that the high skill ceiling games were going by the wayside, and everything was kind of going toward the middle just to be as accessible as possible. But that has not been the case. There's plenty of those games for people who can click heads and like with crazy high skill ceilings. Rainbow Six is so wild. That's what I think you should get into. Like Rainbow looks like the one where you play slow, and your memorization and preparation and map knowledge are so integral. Like, don't get me wrong, I clearly see that the people who click on heads prevail in most gunfights, but the way they set up those gunfights seems to be at least as important as the gunfights themselves. They'll knock holes in the wall and send a robot through and quickly have a call out to the team. They all went left, or they all went this or that or the other, like a quick call out for information, and then they're fucking knocking a hole in the wall and
the hole in the wall is like the size that you might punch through the wall, right? And now they have this. First of all, the intelligence gathering, like you mentioned, but then some people are hitting headshots through a tiny hole in the wall in an availability window that's so small. And it like you said, that's a really high skill ceiling game. I've only watched it. I haven't played it, but I get. I saw Shroud play this guy. I know his face, but I don't know his name. But he's one of those guys who got like 15,000 hours in Rainbow Six or something. He's like one of the best in the world. And he's playing Shroud, and Shroud's been practicing for like a week. And they're like side-by-side reactions as Shroud wins gunfights. She's like, he's so good! He's so good! What the fuck was that? And them like going back and forth was super entertaining because Shroud is just this raw skill. And this did Shroud at one point say he knows what I'm going to do before I do? In that video? Yeah, I think I have seen that same video. And like you said, it's an aiming technician in Shroud versus like a subject matter expert in game.
Yeah.
And
he's like, he knows everything. He knows every move I'm going to make. He's seen it all before. I just have to click faster and better than him. And then the music starts and it's just Shroud dominating and he's never played this fucking game. Or at
did
least
Shroud win that?
I thought he did. I'm not sure. I think he killed him with a sledgehammer at one point or something. Like got a melee kill on him.
I play Arc Raiders a lot, and it's not that I never die, but I rarely lose fair gunfights anymore. And I have a fun time with that. Like I'll be solo in friendly lobbies, and people shoot me, and I talk trash. I'm like, everyone's PvP till they meet a motherfucker like me, huh? That didn't go the way you thought it would, did it? And they're like on the ground. Their characters got their hand in the air begging. And the worst thing they can say to me,
she's get him, baby.
Yeah, I'm like, everyone's PvP till they meet a motherfucker like Woody's gamer tag. And they're like, what'd you say? That was my line. I don't want to say it again. No, don't say my bike was bad. That's the worst thing
you heard. What I said.
That's a good answer. That's what I'll do next time. Yeah.
I finally watched the trailer for something happened in Minnesota because I'm more into that.
In Minnesota, someone just tried to escape the rioters with their car. It doesn't seem like they actually hit anybody, but this person was doing exactly what I would do in that situation, like doing like beep 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 beep, like approaching, trying to get away. Because they're probably
did a crowd surround a car?
They didn't stop, and so the crowd didn't successfully surround the car.
Oh,
had they stopped, the crowd would have.
He ran that person down. He did run the person down. He knocked the person over.
Somebody fell. I'm looking.
Yeah, but they fell because the car hit him. Are we back to this again?
I'm trying to look at what happened.
This is just some random guy who.
This person tried to jump on the hood.
Oh yeah, I
only watched it once.
I don't see the anyone
right around 10 seconds to watch it on a loop. He tried to jump on the hood.
This is just some random person, so I don't think they're trying to run someone down. I think they're probably trying to get home. So,
oh no, he stood his ground, and when he was 100% that the car was going to hit him, he decided to like frog jump onto the hood briefly. But what's happening is they're protesting about that lady being shot in the streets, and the car tried to drive through the crowd. For those of you who are audio only, and some guy frog jumped onto the hood. Looks like everybody's fine.
Why would you be shitty to some random guy trying to get home?
Yeah, I could see it the way you do. It's hard to see it perfectly because there's a fat chick in the foreground. So like, you don't get the view I really want.
Let him go. Like, that's just some random dude who's like mad about the ending of Game of Thrones or something.
I have no problem with protests as long as they don't burn and destroy property. Like that. Sure. I like that. I like them getting in the street and and voicing their anger and dismay at anything and everything, whether I agree about it or not. I of course do identify with the guy who just wants to get fucking home though, but still I see that his rights are going to have to bend a little bit to the gigantic crowd of people's rights to express themselves.
They shouldn't have to.
I wouldn't run them down though.
They should just let them drive through. Be like, okay, like even if they're spazzing over shit, they should still see like a red Acura driving at them and be like, oh, this is a guy who's like trying to get home and make pork tenderloin with his family. Like what is the reason?
Have you ever seen
that?
Have you ever seen the video? The guy had a camera in his truck, so he's got a camera showing where he's going and a camera pointed at his face too in his car. I don't know why he'd want that, but he freaks out because a parade has his exit and all the exits like shut down, and he's screaming. I don't know if he's on the phone with somebody or if he's just screaming to himself, like, I got every fucking exit shut down from Clearview up to Mountain Lake. You can't get in anywhere. There's this fucking parade. He's like, what? Ah! And he just takes the exit, and there's all these orange don't go here signs like everywhere. And he gets up on the grass. He's going fast in like a 250 truck. Ah! He's plowing through it all. He's just driving through, and there's people going, no, not this way. He's like, fuck you two, past them. And then suddenly,
didn't you get the vibe of regret? Like 20 seconds in, he was like, oh, I wish I could undo this. Yeah.
Suddenly he's more like, and he's just trying to get, because there's children and women screaming and running away. Like they think it's like a terror attack. Everybody does. And they're just civilians in the street running everywhere for cover. And he's sort of like, okay. He doesn't stop or slow down though. He just keeps going.
Does he hit people? I know he like hits property and barricades and shit. If
no, he didn't hit any people, and he wasn't trying to. He was just, I've never been that mad. I don't know if you've ever been so mad you lost control. I don't know exactly. I've been so mad I said some mean shit. I've been so mad, like I've said some mean shit I didn't mean, but I've never been so mad I drove somewhere I didn't mean. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's an extended madness. I've never lost my mind for a minute and a half.
Yeah. And you see him go from this over the top rage and out of controlness to that slow realization that our life is going to be very different going forward.
I'm going to jail.
There's cops everywhere swarming him and stuff.
Is a sad one.
Yeah,
if he didn't hurt anyone, I just think some mandatory counseling.
I guess
maybe some fines.
Yeah, some fines and like whatever traffic laws he broke. But I agree with you. He didn't hurt anybody, and he wasn't trying to hurt anybody. He just lost his fucking cool. Maybe suspend his license for a year, put him in some anger management. He'll be better.
Yeah. See, I
like that guy at Charlotte.
He's at 30 days in jail. I worry he's going to lose his job, right? And now we've created like a cycle of downtrodden that didn't need to happen, that doesn't perform a societal good. You want a societal good? Some mandatory counseling, maybe some. They called it diversion when I was a kid. They made you wash like police cars and clean the beach, shit like that.
Yeah.
Like Better Call Saul, and you have to clean the side of a highway, that kind of stuff. And like just teach him a little lesson without wrecking his life. If he didn't hurt anyone.
Yeah, I don't think he hurt anybody. I don't think he hit anything other than like don't go here signs and road cones and shit. We used to steal those every time we saw them. I had such a collection of barricades and road signs, barricades and the cones. And what I wanted to steal, like the big score that I always talked about, you know, that automated thing that sits there and shows that you're going too fast, like it'll speed limit 35 and it'll start flashing your like real-time speed, like, 67 or whatever. And I always wanted to steal that motherfucker and use it for a pitching spin like machine. And they would have one parked. I don't know, and I never found out because I didn't steal it, but I presumed that it would work. And I would always drive past that thing, and they would park it like on our road, like on my dad's like deserted, lonely back road. It would be there, and I'm like, at night, no one would catch us. No one would see us. It had like a tow hitch, so you could back up to it with the truck and just snatch it and be gone. And like we lived right there. And if we got caught, we just run away. It seemed like the perfect crime. but I was so worried that they had like a satellite tracker in that motherfucker, and they would just pull in and
A satellite tracker.
and it would end up costing like I'd be a $12,000 thing that I'd stolen. It'd be like some massive deal that I.
This is like 2004. You're like, they have satellite trackers.
Oh, I was a man grown. I was late 20s, maybe early 30s when I was plotting this little. I wanted it.
I was late 20s, early 30s.
Like for my YouTube videos, I would often need those road cones. I was using them for stuff, so I was like, where do you get road cones? Well, they're all over the road.
Yeah, they're free. You can just take them. Did you see that meme
late at night
where it was Trump being like, people don't know this, but the dictators in South America, they're free. You can take them. You can bring them home. Nobody can stop you. I've got one dictator in my closet right now. Like
my favorite meme
says it won't work for a baseball.
Oh, good to know.
It says it's too small. It's not tuned for that. And it also doesn't work with the angle, right? So like you could throw it at 70, and if the angle is off even slightly, it might read 50.
Yeah,
well,
that makes sense.
I also saw the Office episode where it did work.
Well, they were running past it.
Yeah.
That would work because they were running in the
Would that really
road.
work?
Yeah, if you could hit the minimum speed for it.
Oh, that's a
35. I've got 35.
It said you have to go 15, which might max out my current speed. I don't know. But
yeah, we could do 15 is sprints, no problem at all. Like I saw a dude in the fucking NFL game the other night was running 22 miles an hour.
Yeah. I tried out for the Jaguars. They said no.
22 fucking miles per hour. He's like a fucking car out there. Dude, I watched that Steelers Ravens game. It was one of the greatest football games I've ever even heard about. They gunned it out in the fourth quarter. Winner goes the playoffs, and I think the loser's out. The winner is definitely the champion of the AFC North. That's the decider in this game. Both coaches' jobs are on the line, and they go back and forth scoring in the fourth quarter into the final wee moments. And then the Steelers finally score. They take a 1-point lead, or they take a 2-point lead or something 2-point lead. And they go to kick their extra point, and they miss. And they give the ball back to the Ravens with like a couple minutes to go. The Ravens only need a field goal to win because of the extra point miss. And so they get down within 45 yards maybe for the kick. Wide right, game over. And the Ravens coach is fired, and the Steelers and 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers are going into the playoffs. It went back and forth. Chiz was typing. He's like multiple moments of, what the fuck is this really what the NFL is like? Like he doesn't watch much, but he was watching because I was watching. I was like, yeah, every game's like this. They're all like this. Yeah, just an incredible shootout into the fourth quarter with everything on the line. It was tremendous.
Miami and Ole Miss have a game going on right now. Miami's up by 4, 17-13 in the third quarter.
Boo! Go Ole Miss.
I don't know what you're talking for the SEC. About.
No, one of my close friends went to Ole Miss, and so
is that baseball you're talking about?
College football.
Well,
yeah.
What?
Miami, Ole Miss, right now.
Ball. I don't know anything about that sport.
Oh, you don't know anything about it? Oh, yeah, because Georgia got fucking knocked out, didn't they?
Yeah, sure did. It was rough.
Wow,
they deserved it. That quarterback was running around in the backfield like, if they catch him, he's losing like 25 fucking. He's making these huge scrambling loops back. But behind himself, and we'd have 3 men on him, and we couldn't contain him. When I saw that, I lost all confidence in the win. Even when we took the lead back late, I was like, we're going to lose this lead back. As soon as we give them the ball, they're going to fucking score again, sure enough, because they couldn't contain that motherfucker, and it was embarrassing. It was multiple plays where
has had a nightmare playoff. The only teams they've beaten are other SEC teams, and that one, Horman or something. I can't even think of their name.
Horman.
Who didn't Texas
I have it wrong.
I don't remember who Texas played.
Tulane. That's what I can't remember.
Tulane. Yeah. A real powerhouse.
Yeah, rough year for the SEC.
Not ideal, but it's
although Ole Miss is still in there, representing. We'll see how that
Ole Miss has only beaten Tulane and another SEC team. Like if an SEC team had to advance, so far. They have now they're up against an ACC team and they're losing, but it's close.
Yeah. I completely phase out after George is out. I'm not a fan of the sport as much as I am a fan of the team.
See, that's where like you and I differ in some sports ways, is that I will watch a NHL game between any two teams and have a fun time because I like the sport. Like I enjoy seeing their. No. Well,
let me tell you, they put the entire UFC catalog on there. Every numbered event is on there now, and you can watch them in order. I've had that shit rolling all week. I've just been watching like I've been going through the goddamn catalog. It's awesome. For the one low price at Paramount Plus, I feel like I'm doing an ad. You're getting that entire gigantic catalog and all the pay-per-view events going.
Do you want to watch old fights? Do you watch old fights often?
Yes. Especially if a guy is becoming more prominent in the sport, I like to go back and watch his early stuff. It's like I didn't see it. I don't remember this guy's first 3 fights because he was a no name. But now that he's about to contend for a belt, I want to see how he's like progressed, or how he was back then, or if he's, Conor McGregor looks completely different in his first 5 fights than from his last 5 fights or whatever.
Is it just UFC they have there, or is it like boxing and the other combat sports?
I think it's just, UFC is that they paid UFC 7 or 9, some enormous $1 billion deal to buy their shit. That's and UFC has shifted away from the pay-per-view model, and they're exclusively with Paramount now, whereas they were with ESPN doing events with them before. And they're also going to do like 4 super events a year that'll be on CBS, like on broadcast television, as well as the Paramount streaming apps and stuff like that. It's going to be huge for the sport. I don't know what it's going to do for fighter pay, but the sport's going to get 10 years from now, that sport's going to be so much bigger just because.
I wonder, because the old model was the money came from pay-per-view and the popularity came from piracy. And now I'm like, oh, so what does this do for them? Does it give them more money, less money?
See, now because it's on Paramount Plus now, even if you don't want to pay for it, if you still want to pirate it, there's going to be so much more pirating. I feel like, because it's so much easier to get the stream. Like before you had to buy the pay-per-view or hack into the like satellite feed or something, and then you had to like rebroadcast it. Now you just need a Paramount Plus subscription. I think that huge injection of cash is going to be good for them. I hope they invest in those like schools all around the world, like those dojos, the way they have them. That's really smart.
Maybe they'll give some.
Let me ask you. I think I have an unpopular opinion about matchmaking, and I want to know where you land. I've always appreciated that Dana set up the fights I wanted to see. Right. So maybe this really popular guy versus this really popular guy. If you have a fight style that's fun to watch, you often get a title shot in like a 3-win streak. If you have a fighting style that's not fun to watch, or maybe you don't speak English, you have to put together like 8 wins to get a title fight. Some people are like, is this a sport or not? What the fuck? This guy clearly deserves the title shot more than this idiot over here. But I've always been like, I kind of like how he gives me what I want.
It's non-scripted entertainment.
It's business.
Yeah, it's not quite a sport. It doesn't. I don't think it meets the high level of being a sport. Neither does the NBA, unfortunately for you. But it's just not regulated correctly. It's not fair. If you win X amount of games in football, then stuff happens. If you score X amount of points, then stuff happens. But in the UFC, if you're popular, if you've got a cool accent, good haircut, got the right tattoos, if the right demographics are into you, oh shit, this guy draws women. Like then you're getting your title shot. They want you to be a marquee guy.
Who draws women?
Market you. I would imagine Conor McGregor. But I think someone like Ronda Rousey was huge financially because she drew women.
Who is that shredded guy that looked like a Soviet 1950 propaganda?
Paulo Costa is looks like
Stage
that. Black, brown, white guy.
Stage Northcutt. That's yeah.
He didn't pan out.
Dude, if Hitler would have seen that guy, he would have been like, perfect.
There he is.
And everyone around sees this is what we're going for.
He had to be on steroids. His father was a steroid dealer and a professional bodybuilder. So to think that his son was all natural and looked like that, I don't buy it. He's
also like handsome. Like he's like a good-looking guy.
Oh, and he was really sweet. He was super nice.
He seemed straight edge. He seemed like a Tim Tebow type character. He did bare knuckle boxing, and they immediately matched him up against some world breaker, and he literally got his face broken. It was like, why would you do that when you're that good?
Orbital bone. So now there's a fight coming up between a guy named Patty the Batty and Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler is famous for losing fights. Is it Gaethje? Am I wrong?
It's Gaethje for the belt.
Nah, I must be fucking this up. You're probably right. It is Gaethje.
You're right. It's Gaethje. What is it?
Patty the Batty. So Gaethje is old and hasn't been. How has he done lately? I'm messing this up.
He got knocked the fuck out by Max Holloway, and it was spectacular. It was one of the wildest. Max Holloway, I don't want to interrupt your story, but Max Holloway does this thing at the very end of fights where he points to the ground and he's like, stand here and like trade for 10 seconds. And Gaethje did it, and Holloway knocked him the fuck out.
I'm trying to look up Gaethje's record, but his last name is impossible. Gaethje. Yeah, that's a word.
Yeah. He's a hard one to gauge by that, though, because his opponents are so strong. He's so often contending for a belt.
He beat Rafael Fiziev, lost to Holloway, like you said. And then he beat Poirier and Rafael Fiziev again. God, half of his last 4 wins are against the same dude.
That Fiziev won't go away. This Fiziev guy just can't learn.
And he's only won 3 out of his last 5. Like, this is not a title run. But here he is fighting for the title. And Patty the Batty, he's beaten nothing but tomato cans lately. And now they're fighting for the title. This is the kind of thing that people dog on the UFC for, but these are both fighters people love.
I want to, yeah, I love them. I want to see them fight. I like Patty the Batty's personality. I like his shtick. I like the whole thing. And I feel the same way about Gaethje. Gaethje's got one of those heartwarming fucking stories about like growing up in the Midwest and his mom driving him hours and hours out of their middle of nowhere place to go do state wrestling and stuff like that, or junior wrestling or whatever it was. And he's just never got to be a champion. And
apparently he learned to fight by watching Rocky Balboa. It's nothing but haymakers.
He's not a smart fighter, but he knocks people the fuck out every now and then, and it's fun to watch. And he eats a lot of shots, and that's fun to watch. It is a little bit like a Rocky Balboa type character. And he's a good old like white boy from the United States of America, which I always appreciate in the combat sports. Is not, there's a lot of Europeans.
What's your stack ranking? Like when you root for fighters or not root for fighters, do you go white guy over other guy, even if the black guy is American and the white guy is British? Or do you go American always? Because I go American always.
I don't care where they're from. All right, I care where they're from less than the number one thing that draws me to somebody is their fighting style and how dynamic and explosive it is.
More nuanced.
I like people who do spinning shit. I like people who have back spinning elbow knockouts, people that have good ground and pound, people that don't pussyfoot around in round 1 and measure them out for the next 5 minutes. They fucking try to destroy you. I like shit like that. So that's my number one thing. After that, I guess I care a little bit about if they're from a place like I'm from or from the place I'm from, or like what their personality is comes into it, obviously, because there are fighters who I don't like their personality, so I don't care. I'll just hate on you. Like I'm just going to be your hater now because I don't like your personality. Don't care how good you are. Don't care how fun it is to watch you fight. I hate you because I hate you.
Yeah, like the Dagestanis,
like most of the Dagestanis, but it's getting harder and harder.
I look at their fight style and how I like a dominant fighter. I'm not too worried about how they dominate, but I like to live in an era of greatness. So like Khabib, for example, some people might think his fights were boring, but he was like an anaconda who'd like get at your ankles, get your knees, get your thighs, and then smash, smash, smash. And not only did he win every fight he was ever in, I think he only lost 1 round ever. Like this, he was always the hammer, never the nail.
Conor McGregor.
Yeah. Ever? He decided to strike with Conor McGregor. I think he lost 1 round ever. And he beat Conor McGregor until Conor McGregor tapped out and got spit on like a bitch. So anyway,
that is bananas. 1 round ever.
It's an era of greatness, and I think that's neat. I think it's neat to watch basketball when Michael Jordan or LeBron James plays. I think it's neat to be a hockey fan when Wayne Gretzky is dominating, and it's neat to be a UFC fan when Khabib is doing his thing. So I do like to watch dominant fighters. I also like how they do on the mic. They can
Derrick
be funny.
Lewis, baby.
Derrick Lewis.
I think he's on this next card. That's a bad
Is he?
motherfucker. I love Derrick Lewis. Is a big
Isn't
fat
that guy
black
like
man.
60?
He's no. He's a big, heavy set black dude who fights in the heavyweight division. He's known for his explosive one punch knockouts, his terrible cardio, though it's been improving. His non-existent ground game, though he's always improving.
Wait, he's a really, really strong guy who gets tired quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is my new favorite fighter.
I watched this guy Derrick Lewis. Over. In my head, his hands are on his knees. I'm not sure about that part, though. He was fighting this big Russian dude, I think. And then he just flattened him with one punch. He looked terrible.
He was losing that whole fight.
The part where he knocked him out.
I think that's Volkov. Volkov
looks Derrick Lewis rules. I like it.
Volkov looks like Dolph Lundgren from Rocky IV, like a giant, tall, blonde Russian. And he's been piecing Derrick Lewis up the whole fight. And he's not breathing hard. Derrick Lewis looks like me after 5 rounds. He's breathing so hard. And the announcers are counting him out, and he fucking one punch KOs Volkov. And that trajectory from there in his career, there was a left turn and a right turn there, and left turn was mediocrity and possibly getting cut, and right turn was a shot at the title, all these deals, and being beloved. Because when he gets on the microphone, he tears his shorts off. He's in his boxers, and he's like, "You took your shorts off. What's that about?" My balls was hot. I remember one time he won, and he's like, "Where's Ronda Rousey's fine ass at?" He's always strict. He mooned the I don't know if it was just the crowd or if it was the other fighters' like whole team after his last win. Like his whole ass was out, like in the ring.
He's funny. So I like a fighter I like him to be really good, and I like him to be funny on the mic. Or also, I like a morally straight fighter too. I'll root against a guy if he's like crashing his car into pregnant women or something. Yeah.
But it's just as much fun to root against someone. It's more fun to root against someone, because even if they win, it just intensifies your hate, and now you'll root against them harder. But when they finally lose, you're just like, yeah, that's what you get. You fucking beep. You fucking beep, beeper. I'm just like, I love it. When I see a guy I hate literally get the shit beaten out of him, you don't get that anywhere else in the world outside of like the fucking streets. Okay, the streets and the UFC. They might talk a big game at like, oh yeah, when we play the Hornets next week, we're gonna body bag them. It's like, yeah, you're gonna shoot more hoops than they do until the timer goes off. Oh, great. That'll really hurt their self-esteem. In this sport, they knock your fucking teeth out. They knock your fucking teeth out, break your orbital bone,
sometimes they
give you scars, give you a limp for the rest of your fucking life. Or in the case of our goddamn champion, stab you with filthy fingernails in your eyeball, and he's having to have multiple eye surgeries because of that.
A big thing about that is John Jones, or who was the poker? Wasn't Jones? Gagne, that guy? Gagne, whatever.
But I pronounce it Gagne.
That guy's fingernails were disgusting.
Really?
Disgusting. You could see it in the poke. And so he's putting his dirty fingernails in that guy's eye. Ugh. Gross. Don't like that.
I know they check their fingernails, but it's rare that they get the clippers out. I feel like they should do that a lot.
Dude, I saw one where the fingernails were too long and they told him they're too long. You know what the answer was? He started biting them off and and every one of them is a jagged mess now. And Rogan's like, well, that's no good. Now they're just all jagged. Now they're just all jagged. That's not the answer for that, DC. No way, Rogan. It definitely isn't. Someone here should have some clippers. I'm like, this is not a sport. This is sport with enough entertainment on top that it is no longer a sport.
It's sports entertainment, but when those two men are in the ring,
the outcomes are, it's all real. But it's just not real well regulated as far as like being fair to all the competition. Like in every other sport, there's a road to the championship that's very clear. Beat this guy, then that guy. Just keep winning in X amount of times in a row. And you're the champion.
Win.
Everyone knows the tiebreakers in advance. There's never this like, ooh, the winner of Kyle and Taylor are gonna get a title shot. Well, that fight was a little boring. So now the winner of like Woody Chocolate is going to get the title shot instead because you guys didn't deliver fun.
They literally do
happens.
That.
Yeah.
And I love it because some fighter will eke out some win and they're like, hey, do you think that Marquez is going to be able to contend for that title now? And Dana will just straight face be like, not fighting like that. Is that what you want? Is that the kind of championship fight you want to see? like that. You want to see that again? Hey, who here in the room wants to see that again? Speak up if you want your press credentials taken away.
Boo.
No one? No one? I think it's pretty unanimous here. No one wants to see that again. So Marquez, I think where he's going to be fighting in Bellator or maybe in some back alley somewhere by next week.
We'll eventually get back to real gladiatorial style combat.
I hope so. That's the dystopic future I'm looking for. All right, so there's a book by Stephen King called, I think, The Walk. They made it into a movie, and the premise is this. It seems like the year is 1960, 1965, and there's been a World War III type scenario, and the U.S. is on its knees. Like the war's over, but we're diminished greatly. And every year they have this sort of Hunger Games type thing where a young man from every state is gathered, and they have to walk until only one is left. And they if you go below 3 miles per hour, you get a warning. If you get 3 warnings, then they shoot you in the head with an AR-15. You're being followed by like Jeeps with sensors on them and soldiers and like an evil colonel played by Mark Hamill, who's all, they'll be like, fuck you, fuck the colonel. And he's like, that's right, boys, flex that sack. Y'all are an inspiration for the entire United States. And then he's just like up there with his fucking glasses. And they've been walking for days and they're going insane. One guy gets diarrhea. And so he's like shitting, and then he pulls his pants up and he's running and shitting, and he's like, warning number 1. And he's like, ah! And pulls his pants up and jogs for like 12 paces. He has to stop and go again. He's shitting again. Warning number 2. And they're all going, just shit down your leg, man. Just shit down your leg.
I'd shit as I went like a zebra.
That's what I'd have done too, but he couldn't master that technique, and they shot him right in the fucking head. And they're all young men. They look like they're all like 18, 20 years old. I don't know that I liked the movie, but I liked what I'm glad I watched it, but
it's
I didn't like it.
It's not a great book.
I have the book on Audible. I haven't listened to it yet. I was going to watch the movie first for some reason, and I still don't know how I feel about that movie. It was a little fucked up. All 50 of those guys died except for that one guy who won. Won't spoil.
Oh, damn.
Have you watched the Fallout season 2?
I'm 2 episodes in.
Okay. Has it lived up to season 1?
Yes, I would say it has lived up to season 1, 2 episodes in. Obviously, they're sort of staging things, and it's very early. They were about to meet the great Caesar's Legion, or Caesar's Legion, at the end of episode 2. And the one chick says to Lucy something like, you gotta be careful around here. I don't want you don't want to get raped by the wrong people.
The wrong people.
Yeah, it was such a great way to phrase it. So yeah, I'm into it. There was a big fight with like a CGI rad scorpion at one point. I don't think it's spoiler to say that a fight happened, but it looked pretty good and it looked scary to me because I'm afraid of scorpions.
Is the Legion cool? I didn't play New Vegas, so I don't know the lore or anything. But the guys who dress like Romans, that seems like a cool thing to do.
They basically dress like Romans with hockey pads, but they embrace all of the like Roman legions traits. So they crucify and rape and enslave en masse.
Okay, so they go hard in the paint.
Super hard in the paint. There are plenty that go hard.
Are they a big group? Like, is that a
very big?
faction?
They are one of the main factions in New Vegas. They are the main antagonist for sort of the NCR, the New California Republic. And at the end of the game, those two armies face off for control of the Hoover Dam, and you have to face off against this like giant Roman badass who has like a golden Roman mask he wears. I can't remember what the character's name is, but it's pretty cool. So yeah, major faction in the game.
My pizza's here.
Is it time to wrap?
Yeah, that's perfect. It's perfect.
All right.
Hey everybody, Taylor's Pizza's here.
PKA 786.